Legends, ruins, and strange artifacts often blur the line between history and mystery. Scattered across continents are discoveries that challenge our understanding of the past, objects and monuments so unusual that scholars continue to debate their meaning and purpose. Some are massive works of stone aligned with the movements of the sun and stars. Others are delicate carvings whose symbolism has faded with time. A few lie submerged beneath the sea, while others stand in barren deserts or hidden forests, leaving behind only questions about who built them and why. From colossal statues raised in a drowned Egyptian city to vast earthworks etched into the deserts of North America, each discovery invites us to reconsider what ancient civilizations knew, how they lived, and what they chose to leave behind. So settle in, get comfortable, and let the outside world fade for a while. Together, we'll explore some of the most unexplained ancient finds ever uncovered. Monuments, artifacts, and mysteries that continue to resist easy explanation, offering a glimpse into a past far stranger than we imagine. Beneath the waves of Egypt's Mediterranean coast, not far from where the Nile spreads into its great delta, a city once thrived that later slipped beneath the sea. Its name was Thonis-Heracleion, a place of temples, markets, harbors, and shrines, a place where Egyptian priests honored their gods and where merchants from Greece, Phoenicia, and beyond mingled with local traders. For centuries it lay forgotten, its memory preserved only faintly in scattered ancient texts. Then, in the late 20th century, divers began to uncover fragments of this drowned world, piecing together its submerged streets, foundations, and above all, the extraordinary statues that once guarded its sanctuaries. These colossal sculptures of kings, queens, and gods stand as some of the most striking remnants of Egypt's lost coastal city. When the French underwater archaeologist Franck Goddio led explorations of the Bay of Aboukir in the 1990s, the scale of what his team encountered astonished even seasoned researchers. Resting on the seabed, half buried in silt and sand, were enormous statues carved from red granite. Some stretched over 5 meters tall and weighed several tons. Their surfaces were worn by centuries underwater, yet the craftsmanship remained unmistakable. Hieroglyphic inscriptions still traced the outlines of royal names. Faces, though softened by erosion, carried the calm expressions typical of Egyptian divine and royal portraiture. These giants had once stood upright before temple entrances, embodying both spiritual power and political authority. It is easy to imagine the effect they once had. Approaching the temple by boat, a visitor would have seen immense figures rising from the quayside, glinting under the Egyptian sun. One was the god Hapi, the personification of the Nile's annual flood, essential for the fertility of the land. Another was a pharaoh, possibly identified as Psamtik II of the 26th dynasty, depicted with the formal stance and idealized features expected of Egyptian kingship. Together, they framed the sacred space, signaling both divine blessing and earthly might. The story of their rediscovery has an almost dreamlike quality. Divers describe descending through green water, visibility dim, currents shifting, until the outlines of stone shapes appeared. At first they seemed like natural boulders. Then, as hands cleared silt away, details emerged. The curve of a cheek, the contour of a headdress, the straight edge of a carved kilt. Piece by piece, statues re-emerged into human knowledge after more than a millennium of absence. Ancient writers such as Herodotus and Strabo mention a city at the mouth of the Nile that played a vital role in international trade. Yet for centuries, scholars debated whether this city truly existed or whether its name was a confusion of others. The physical discovery in the waters of Aboukir Bay resolved the question decisively. Thonis was the Egyptian name, Heracleion the Greek. Together, they referred to the same city, once a bustling hub of exchange between Egypt and the wider Mediterranean. The statues themselves raise a series of questions. Why were they created at such a monumental scale? Were they intended purely as religious icons, or did they also serve a political function, asserting Egypt's authority to foreign merchants arriving at its harbors? In ancient Egypt, temples were not only centers of worship, but also of administration, economy, and cultural exchange. placing colossal statues of gods and kings at their entrances emphasized the union of divine order and human governance. Yet the fact that we now find these statues underwater adds another layer of intrigue. The city's submergence remains partly unexplained. Geological studies suggest a combination of natural disasters, earthquakes, soil liquefaction, and rising sea levels gradually undermined its foundations. At some point, perhaps in the 2nd century BC, large portions of Thonis-Heracleion collapsed into the sea. Statues that once towered above temple forecourts toppled into the harbor. Walls crumbled, streets tilted, and life retreated inland to safer ground. For the people who lived there, the event must have been devastating. Imagine priests watching helplessly as their sacred images slid into the water, or merchants abandoning warehouses as quays fractured. Over time, the sea claimed the entire site, erasing it from memory until its rediscovery nearly 2,000 years later. The artistry of the statues links them firmly to Egypt's long tradition of monumental sculpture. Ancient craftsmen worked granite, basalt, and diorite with tools of copper, later iron, using abrasives such as quartz sand to achieve smooth finishes. Creating a figure several meters tall required careful planning. Quarrying blocks of the required size from Aswan, transporting them hundreds of kilometers down the Nile, then shaping them into gods and kings demanded both technical skill and organizational power. These statues were investments of immense resources, symbols of the wealth and authority concentrated in temple institutions. One of the most striking pieces recovered is the colossal statue of a queen, thought to represent Ptolemaic royalty associated with the goddess Isis. She wears a diadem and a form-fitting dress, her pose both regal and serene. Though broken in places, the figure conveys a sense of timeless dignity. Another statue representing Hapi is remarkable for its rarity. Depictions of this god at such scale are unusual, emphasizing the special role of Thonis-Heracleion as a city dependent on the Nile's flow and the sea's bounty. The presence of Greek traders added another dimension to the city's identity. From at least the 6th century BC, Greek merchants were active in Egyptian ports. They brought wine, olive oil, and fine pottery, and in return they carried home Egyptian grain, papyrus, and crafted goods. The blending of cultures is evident in the city's dual name and in the mix of artifacts found underwater. Greek inscriptions alongside Egyptian hieroglyphs, coins of both regions, and imported ceramics resting near local statues. The colossal figures therefore did more than mark religious devotion. They also stood as monumental greetings to travelers, proclaiming Egypt's prestige at the gateway to the Mediterranean world. In modern times, when these statues are displayed in museums after careful conservation, visitors are struck not only by their size but also by the story they tell. Each piece carries the memory of both creation and destruction. They were carved in celebration of gods and kings. They stood proudly in temple courtyards, and then they fell, swallowed by the sea. Now lifted by cranes and placed gently in exhibition halls, they speak once again, bridging millennia. Sensational accounts sometimes go further, suggesting that these statues are remnants of a forgotten global civilization, evidence of advanced technology lost in prehistory. Writers outside mainstream scholarship have argued that the precision of the stonework or the circumstances of submergence hint at mysteries beyond Egypt's recorded dynasties. While such claims capture the imagination, archaeologists emphasize the continuity of Egyptian craftsmanship and the well-documented processes of quarrying and carving. The true wonder lies not in speculation, but in recognizing the extraordinary skill of ancient artisans and the resilience of their creations. Still, it is understandable why the statues invite myth-making. Encountering a 5-meter granite king on the seabed feels uncanny, as if the boundary between myth and reality has blurred. Divers describe a sense of awe, as though entering an otherworldly realm. For local fishermen who long knew of stones snagging their nets, the idea that these were once images of gods and rulers must have seemed both fascinating and unsettling. The rediscovery of Thonis-Heracleion has enriched our understanding of Egypt's role in Mediterranean networks. It demonstrates how coastal cities facilitated exchange, diplomacy, and cultural blending. The statues, once thought of as immovable icons tied to a single temple, are now recognized as participants in a broader story of connection and transformation. They remind us that history is never static. It shifts, collapses, resurfaces, and reconfigures itself across centuries. The process of studying them is meticulous. Each statue recovered from the seabed undergoes conservation to stabilize its stone after long exposure to salt water. Specialists clean surfaces, document inscriptions, and analyze tool marks. Measurements are compared with known examples from land sites. Through this careful work, scholars refine chronologies and better understand the evolution of artistic styles. For example, certain features suggest Ptolemaic influence, blending traditional Egyptian iconography with Hellenistic elements. Beyond academic circles, the statues captivate the public because they evoke a city reclaimed by the sea. Maritime archaeology often has this effect. Unlike ruins on land, which weather slowly under sun and wind, submerged sites feel sudden and dramatic, as though frozen in a moment of catastrophe. Walking through an exhibition of Thonis-Heracleion's finds, viewers see not only statues but also jewelry, coins, ritual vessels and tools, all of which once bustled with life before disaster struck. The colossi dominate, but together with smaller objects they reconstruct the lived texture of a vanished port. What is perhaps most compelling is the way these statues condense multiple layers of meaning. They are works of art, technical achievements, religious icons, political symbols, and archaeological treasures all at once. They have lived several lives, as monuments in antiquity, as drowned relics hidden for centuries, and now as ambassadors of history to the modern world. Each phase adds depth to their presence. For a viewer listening now, drifting into the story, the statues can be imagined standing once more in their temple precincts. Picture the sound of waves against the quays, the movement of traders unloading goods, the chants of priests within sanctuaries. The statues gaze outward, calm yet commanding, reminding all who enter that they step onto ground sacred to both gods and kings. Then picture the shift, the tremor of earth, the slow giving way of soil, buildings tilting, waters rushing, and the statues sinking into the harbor. Centuries pass above them until divers' lights reveal their forms again. The cycle of presence, loss, and rediscovery is almost poetic, a reminder of time's power and of humanity's enduring drive to uncover the past. As this first part comes to its close, the statues of Thonis-Heracleion leave us with a sense of balance between certainty and mystery. We know who they depict, we understand the techniques by which they were carved, and we can situate them within the cultural world of late period and Ptolemaic Egypt. Yet their journey, rising from quarries, standing in temples, collapsing into the sea, and re-emerging before us, defies simple narrative. They are both known and unknown, explained and unexplained. Their grandeur cannot be reduced to mere historical data. It resonates on a deeper level, inviting reflection. What lies beyond them remains to be discovered. Another site, another monument, another culture will soon step into focus, carrying its own enigmas. For now, the colossal statues of Thonis-Heracleion stand as guardians of this exploration, reminding us that history is not only about what survives, but also about what returns, unexpectedly, from the depths. Deep in the wooded hills of central Massachusetts, where modern houses and winding roads now weave through the New England countryside, an unusual stone chamber lies hidden. It is not a colonial root cellar, though at first glance it might resemble one. Nor is it a simple storage pit or farm structure, for its design reveals a complexity beyond mere practicality. Known as the Upton Chamber, this underground room has stirred debate for generations. Built of massive stone slabs, aligned in ways that suggest an astronomical purpose, it stands as one of the most puzzling ancient constructions in North America. To begin describing it, one must descend into the earth. A narrow passage lined with heavy stone blocks leads gradually downward, its sides pressed tightly together. The entrance is low enough that a visitor must crouch or crawl to pass inside. Yet once within, the space opens dramatically. A beehive-shaped chamber, almost spherical, rises overhead. The walls are built from large, carefully stacked stones that curve inward as they climb, capped by a single flat slab serving as a roof. The interior is spacious enough for several adults to stand comfortably. Even without decoration, the construction speaks of deliberate design and careful engineering. The chamber's very existence raises immediate questions. Who built it? For what purpose? When exactly was it created? Unlike stone monuments in Europe or Asia, the Upton Chamber has no surviving inscriptions, no carvings to mark its age, and no historical records to explain its origin. It simply sits in the Massachusetts soil, mute yet compelling. Archaeologists, historians, and local enthusiasts have all put forward theories, but consensus remains elusive. One of the most striking features is its alignment. Researchers visiting the site in the 20th century noticed that the entrance passage points toward the setting sun at the summer solstice. On that longest day of the year, the sun's final rays slide down the corridor and illuminate the chamber. This suggests an intentional astronomical orientation. Such alignments are familiar in ancient European monuments like Newgrange in Ireland or Maeshowe in Scotland, where solstice light enters tombs or chambers. But in New England, far from the known centers of megalithic tradition, the phenomenon feels surprising, even unsettling. Some argue that Native American peoples, skilled observers of the sky, could have built the chamber as part of their ceremonial practices. Others believe it was the work of colonial settlers in the 17th or 18th centuries, perhaps imitating older European structures. A third, more speculative view holds that it predates both groups, created by an earlier and unknown culture whose traces have otherwise vanished. Each possibility carries implications that ripple through the interpretation of North American history. Examining the construction, one notes the scale of the stones. Several blocks weigh multiple tons, yet they are fitted together without mortar. The passageway is long and straight, its dimensions consistent throughout. The corbelled roof, where stones gradually overlap to form a dome, demonstrates a technique that requires both planning and experience. These qualities exceed the typical function of a storage cellar. While colonial farmers did build root cellars, few if any created underground chambers of such size and sophistication, aligned precisely with celestial events. Local stories add texture to the mystery. For generations, residents of Upton spoke of the chamber as an Indian cave, though no definitive native tradition links directly to its construction. Early antiquarians speculated wildly, connecting it to Norse explorers, Irish monks, or even Phoenician sailors, each leaving behind a solitary monument before disappearing back across the ocean. These ideas capture the imagination but lack firm evidence. Still, the chamber's unusual nature keeps such possibilities alive in popular discussions. The chamber's atmosphere contributes to its allure. Entering on a summer afternoon, when outside the air hums with insects and the sun filters through leaves, the interior feels markedly different. Cool, dim, and hushed, it creates a sense of separation from the world above. When the solstice light pierces the passage, it must transform the space entirely, casting a golden beam across stone walls that for the rest of the year lie in shadow. Such a design seems meant to impress, to create a moment of ritual significance. Archaeological surveys around the chamber have found few artifacts. Without pottery, tools, or datable remains, assigning it to a particular culture or era is difficult. Some soil samples suggest it may be centuries old, but whether that places it in pre-Columbian or colonial times remains uncertain. Carbon dating of organic material near the chamber has been attempted, but results vary, influenced by later disturbances. The absence of definitive data leaves the mystery unresolved. Yet perhaps the chamber's importance lies not solely in its origin, but in its persistence as a puzzle. For over 200 years it has drawn visitors, scholars, and dreamers. Each generation reinterprets it according to its own understanding of the past. In the 19th century, antiquarians saw it as evidence of Old World contact with the new. In the 20th, archaeologists debated native versus colonial origins. In the 21st, the chamber remains a site of local heritage and ongoing curiosity. Comparisons to European passage tombs are inevitable. Newgrange, built around 3200 BC, also features a long entrance aligned with the solstice sun. Its chamber, too, is corbelled, capped with massive stones. Yet Newgrange is richly decorated with carvings, surrounded by a vast mound and firmly dated to the Neolithic. The Upton Chamber is smaller, undecorated and isolated. Whether it represents independent invention, cultural borrowing, or coincidence is difficult to say. Native American traditions in New England certainly included stone construction, though usually in the form of cairns, effigy structures, and ceremonial piles rather than underground chambers. Still, indigenous peoples paid close attention to celestial cycles. Alignments of stones marking solstices and equinoxes appear in several sites across the region. Could the Upton Chamber be an unusual extension of such practices, an underground sanctuary designed for solar rituals? The possibility cannot be dismissed. Colonial explanations also have weight. Early European settlers built cellars and stone shelters, adapting Old World techniques to New England conditions. Perhaps one landowner, familiar with European antiquities or motivated by practical needs, built the chamber in an unusually grand style. Without direct evidence, the question lingers. The chamber has been studied by professional archaeologists, but much of the public fascination comes from its aura of mystery. Visitors report a sense of stepping outside ordinary time, of touching something ancient even if its true age is uncertain. The combination of earth, stone, and skybound alignment suggests intentionality beyond utility. Whether native, colonial, or something older, the builders clearly sought more than mere storage space. One way to approach the chamber is to think about what it means for people to shape the landscape with stone. Across cultures, stone structures endure when wood and thatch decay. They carry memory forward, whether as temples, tombs, or monuments. The Upton Chamber, whatever its function, has survived because stone holds fast. Its persistence allows later generations to wonder, to speculate, to project meaning onto its silent form. In this way, the chamber continues to serve a cultural role long after its original purpose has been forgotten. The alignment with the solstice sun remains the chamber's most striking feature. Standing within, as light streams down the passage, one experiences a connection between earth and sky, between human construction and cosmic cycle. Such alignments are not accidental. They require careful observation of the horizon, repeated testing, and deliberate design. Whether achieved by native builders attuned to the heavens or by colonists imitating European traditions, the effect is the same. The chamber transforms natural light into sacred drama. Over time, natural processes have altered the site. Stones have shifted, soil has pressed in, vegetation has overgrown the entrance, yet the essential structure remains remarkably intact. Local preservation groups have worked to maintain access, recognizing the chamber as part of the region's heritage. Tours and educational programs introduce new generations to its mystery, ensuring that curiosity continues. What does it mean that we cannot definitively explain the chamber? Perhaps it reminds us that history always contains gaps. Not every monument comes with inscriptions or clear context. Sometimes all that survives is the structure itself, leaving us to interpret as best we can. In such cases, the mystery becomes part of the legacy. The chamber is valuable not only for what it might once have been, but also for how it continues to stimulate wonder and inquiry. To reflect on the chamber is also to reflect on human creativity. Across cultures, people have built in stone not only to shelter themselves but to connect with something greater, be it gods, ancestors, or cosmic cycles. The Upton Chamber participates in this universal impulse. Its builders, whoever they were, sought to anchor meaning in the landscape, to shape a place where stone and sunlight together created significance. As night falls over Upton and the woods grow quiet, the chamber rests beneath its earthen covering. Perhaps bats dart near its entrance, or deer pass silently above. The structure remains, unchanged, waiting for another solstice when light will once more pierce its corridor. In that brief alignment, the chamber speaks across centuries, reminding us of the human desire to link earth to sky, life to cosmos. Closing this part of our journey, the Upton Chamber offers no simple answers. Instead, it gives us an enduring question mark carved into the soil of Massachusetts. Whether built by native hands, colonial settlers, or an earlier culture, it challenges us to consider the layers of human presence on this land. Its stones hold secrets we may never fully unlock. Yet perhaps that is fitting, for mysteries often serve us best not when solved, but when they continue to inspire curiosity. Another site awaits, carrying its own story, its own enigmas, and its own way of linking past to present. For now, the Upton Chamber remains with us, a beehive of stone in the New England earth, pointing each year to the setting sun, reminding us that history's greatest treasures are not always those we can explain, but those we can continue to wonder about. In the cool limestone caves of southwestern Germany, beneath rolling hills and forested slopes, archaeologists uncovered one of the oldest known works of figurative art ever created by human hands. It is small enough to rest in a palm, carved from ivory taken from a woolly mammoth's tusk. Yet this object, the Hohle Fels figurine, carries a weight far greater than its size. Dated to at least 35,000 years ago, it represents a woman in stylized form, with features exaggerated in ways that have sparked debate since its discovery. Is it a fertility symbol, a ritual object, or simply an expression of artistic creativity? Whatever its original purpose, it invites us to reflect on the lives, beliefs, and capacities of the people who lived during the Upper Paleolithic, long before recorded history. The figurine was discovered in 2008 by a team led by Professor Nicholas Conrad from the University of Tübingen. Excavating at Hohle Fels cave in the Swabian Jura, they carefully brushed away layers of sediment that had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. The find came not as a complete object but in fragments, 6 pieces of carved ivory that, when reassembled, revealed a striking form. Though only about 6 centimeters tall, the figure is unmistakably human in outline. A rounded belly, large breasts, and wide hips dominate the composition, while arms and legs are either minimized or absent. Where a head might be expected, there is instead a carefully carved ring, perhaps allowing the figure to be suspended on a cord or worn as a pendant. This unusual choice of emphasis tells us much about the priorities of its maker. Rather than striving for anatomical accuracy, the carver exaggerated certain features while reducing others, creating an abstraction that nonetheless communicates powerfully. The attention to reproductive attributes suggests an association with fertility, sexuality, or continuity of life. Yet the deliberate absence of a face removes individuality, making the figure less about a particular person and more about a broader concept or symbolic ideal. The age of the figurine is astonishing. Radiocarbon dating of the layer in which it was found places it at around 35 to 40,000 years old, corresponding with the earliest stages of the Aurignacian culture in Europe. This was a time when Homo sapiens were spreading across the continent, interacting with Neanderthal populations and developing new forms of symbolic expression. The figurine therefore belongs not just to the story of art, but to the story of humanity's emerging capacity for symbolic thought. To appreciate what this means, consider the context of life in the Swabian Jura during that period. The landscape was cold, shaped by the glacial climate of the last ice age. Herds of mammoth, bison, reindeer, and horse moved across the plains, while groups of humans lived in caves or temporary shelters, subsisting on hunting and gathering. Survival required cooperation, resourcefulness, and intimate knowledge of the environment. Yet amid this demanding life, people also created music, ornaments, and figurative art. In nearby caves, flutes carved from bird bones and mammoth ivory have been found dating to the same period. Together with the Hohle Fels figurine, these artifacts reveal communities capable of complex cultural life, far removed from the stereotype of primitive cave dwellers. The figurine is often compared to later so-called Venus figurines found across Europe, such as those from Willendorf in Austria or Lesbourg in France. These later examples, dating to about 25,000 years ago, also emphasize breasts, hips, and bellies. Yet the Hohle Fels figure predates them by at least 10,000 years, making it the earliest known example of this artistic tradition. It suggests that symbolic representations of the female form were already deeply significant to Upper Paleolithic peoples, long before agriculture, cities, or writing appeared. What did it mean to them? Scholars have proposed various interpretations. One view holds that the figurine served as a fertility symbol, a charm to ensure successful reproduction of both humans and animals. In harsh Ice Age conditions, where survival depended on sustaining population and food sources, fertility would have been central to communal well-being. Another interpretation sees it as an object of ritual or spiritual practice, perhaps representing a mother goddess figure, a deity embodying life and abundance. Yet others suggest it might have been a teaching tool, a representation used to pass down cultural knowledge, or simply an expression of aesthetic creativity with no fixed meaning. The ring carved in place of a head adds another layer of intrigue. It indicates that the figurine was designed to be suspended, perhaps worn as a pendant, hung in a dwelling, or displayed during ceremonies. This transforms it from a static object into something mobile, carried on the body or positioned where it could be seen by many. The act of wearing or displaying such a piece suggests social meaning, an identity marker, a symbol of belonging, or an emblem of shared belief. Holding the figurine today, after careful conservation, one is struck by its texture. The ivory still bears the fine marks of carving tools, grooves where stone blades shaped its form. Each cut represents the deliberate gesture of a human hand, guided by thought and intention tens of millennia ago. In this way, the figurine is not just an image of the human form, but also a direct link to the individual who crafted it, an artisan whose name and life are lost, but whose creativity survives. The discovery of the Hohle Fels figurine also highlights the importance of the Swabian Jura as a cradle of early symbolic culture. Within a small geographic area, archaeologists have unearthed multiple examples of Paleolithic art, including ivory animals, hybrid figures combining human and animal traits, and musical instruments. This density suggests that the region was a center of innovation, where communities experimented with new ways of representing the world and expressing ideas. The caves provided shelter, but they also preserved a record of this creativity for tens of thousands of years. For modern viewers, the figurine's abstraction can feel surprisingly modern. Its emphasis on form over detail, its reduction of the body to essential elements, recalls certain strands of 20th century sculpture. Yet it was carved long before any formal artistic movements. This convergence reminds us that human creativity is not linear. Ideas about representation, symbolism, and abstraction arise in different times and places, responding to deep-seated cognitive capacities shared across our species. Debate continues over whether it is appropriate to call it a Venus figurine. The term, first used in the 19th century, reflects European traditions that linked female figures with the Roman goddess of love and beauty. Applying it to Paleolithic artifacts risks imposing modern categories onto ancient objects. Some scholars prefer to call it simply the Hohle Fels figurine, acknowledging its uniqueness without assuming its meaning. What is certain is that it is one of the oldest representations of the human form, and specifically of the female form, in existence. The figurine also prompts reflection on the role of women in Upper Paleolithic societies. While direct evidence of social structures is limited, the prominence given to the female body in art suggests a recognition of women's central role in community life, reproduction, and survival. Whether or not the figurine represents a goddess or an ideal, it affirms the significance of the female figure in symbolic thought. In exhibitions, when the figurine is displayed behind glass, visitors often pause in silence, absorbing its presence. Small though it is, the object carries immense gravity. It condenses tens of thousands of years of human history into a tangible form, bridging the gap between distant ancestors and ourselves. To see it is to be reminded that creativity, symbolism, and art are not luxuries of settled civilization, but integral to humanity from its earliest days. The debates over meaning may never be resolved, and perhaps that is part of the figurine's power. It resists final interpretation, remaining open to multiple readings. Each generation projects its own concerns onto it, from fertility to spirituality to aesthetics. The figurine is thus not only a relic of the past, but also a mirror reflecting the questions we ask about ourselves. Consider for a moment the act of carving it. A hunter gathers ivory from a mammoth, perhaps from an animal hunted by the group, or from a tusk found in the landscape. In the shelter of a cave, by firelight, with stone tools, the artisan shapes the tusk into a figure. Hours of patient labor transform raw material into form. The process is itself a meditation, a translation of thought into matter. When complete, the figure is not simply an object, but a vessel of meaning, ready to be worn, displayed, or cherished. This act of creation is at the heart of human culture. To make something that stands for something else, to create symbols, is what distinguishes Homo sapiens from other animals. The Hohle Fels figurine, therefore, is not just the earliest known sculpture of a human body. It is evidence of symbolic consciousness, of the ability to conceive ideas beyond immediate survival, to imagine, represent, and communicate through art. As centuries passed, the figurine lay buried beneath sediment, protected by the cave's stable environment. Generations of humans came and went, cultures rose and fell, yet the figure remained hidden. Only in the modern era, with systematic excavation, was it brought to light once more. Its re-emergence is itself symbolic, a message from deep time reminding us that creativity has always been with us. The figurine also raises questions about how early humans viewed themselves. Was it a celebration of the body, a reverence for fertility, or an invocation of forces beyond the visible world? Perhaps it was all of these at once. Symbolism need not be singular. Objects can carry multiple meanings, layered and shifting depending on context. For the people who made and used it, the figurine may have embodied stories, rituals, and identities we can no longer reconstruct. Its ambiguity is part of its legacy. Today, the Hohle Fels figurine stands as one of humanity's earliest self-portraits, not in the sense of depicting a particular individual, but in representing humanity's capacity for abstraction, symbolism, and meaning-making. It is both art and artifact, both past and present. Its small ivory body carries within it the vast sweep of human history, a reminder that even in the harsh Ice Age landscape, people found time to create beauty and meaning. As we reflect on this figurine, the sense of continuity with our ancestors becomes clear. The impulse to create, to symbolize, to invest objects with meaning is as alive today as it was 35,000 years ago. Whether through sculpture, music, painting, or digital media, humans continue to shape matter into symbols that express who we are, what we value, and how we see our place in the world. The Hohle Fels figurine is one of the earliest surviving examples of this enduring human practice. As this part concludes, the figurine leaves us with a sense of connection across unimaginable spans of time. We may never know precisely why it was made or what stories surrounded it, but we can feel its resonance. A small carving from mammoth ivory, created tens of thousands of years ago, still speaks to us today. It asks us to pause, to consider the depth of human creativity, and to recognize that even in the Ice Age, people sought to capture meaning in tangible form. Beyond this cave, beyond this figurine, other discoveries await. Each will carry its own mysteries, its own ways of reshaping how we understand the human past. For now, the Hohle Fels figurine stands at the threshold of art and history, a quiet testament to the power of creativity in the earliest chapters of our story. High in the Andean Altiplano, where winds sweep across barren plains and the air grows thin under the weight of altitude, stand strange towers of stone and adobe. They rise in solitude against a backdrop of snow-capped peaks and shimmering lakes, their cylindrical forms weathered by centuries of exposure. Known as chulpas, these above-ground funerary monuments hold within them both the memory of ancient peoples and questions that continue to puzzle archaeologists. Who first designed them? What symbolic meanings did their shapes carry? And why are so many aligned with the movements of the sun and stars? To walk among them today is to wander into a dialogue between the living and the dead, the earth and the sky, the known and the unknown. The most famous examples lie at Silustani, near Lake Umayo in southern Peru. There, rows of tall towers crown a rocky peninsula, their stonework so precise that some walls appear almost seamless. Blocks of volcanic rock have been cut and fitted with such care that centuries of wind and rain have not dislodged them. Some towers stand over 12 meters high, cylindrical yet tapering slightly toward the top like giant chimneys. Others, smaller and cruder, were built with fieldstones and mud mortar. Together they form a landscape of memory, a cemetery unlike any other. These towers were built mainly by the Aymara-speaking peoples between 1000 and 1500 CE, though their roots stretch further back into the Tiwanaku period centuries earlier. Within each tower, the bodies of the dead were placed, often in fetal position, sometimes accompanied by offerings of food, ceramics, or textiles. The dead were not buried deep in the earth but elevated above it, housed in these cylindrical vaults as if kept closer to the heavens. This inversion of typical burial practice immediately marks the chulpas as distinctive. The architecture of the towers varies from region to region. Some are made of finely dressed stone blocks carefully fitted without mortar, their smooth outer walls suggesting a high degree of skill. Others rely on adobe and rubble, rougher but still monumental. Entrances are usually small and low, facing east toward the rising sun. This orientation is unlikely to be accidental. It suggests a symbolic connection between rebirth, renewal, and the cycle of the sun. The dead, housed in their towers, would face the dawn each day, as if awaiting regeneration. The choice of cylindrical form also carries meaning. In Andean cosmology, circular shapes often symbolize cycles, wholeness, and continuity. The tower's resemblance to wombs or vessels may reflect beliefs about death as a return to origins, a passage into another phase of existence. To step inside a chulpa, even now when most are empty, is to enter a chamber deliberately crafted to hold both body and meaning. One of the most impressive chulpas is the so-called Legato Tower at Silastani, named for its carved relief of a lizard on the stone surface. Built with perfectly cut blocks, it demonstrates an engineering sophistication reminiscent of the Inca style, though the chulpas predate Inca domination in the region. The fine stonework raises questions about influences between cultures. Did Inca builders adapt techniques from the Aymara, or did Aymara masons adopt ideas that later informed Inca architecture? The relationship remains debated, showing how the towers occupy a liminal space in the history of Andean building traditions. What is striking is how these monuments interact with the landscape. Set against vast skies and distant mountains, they create silhouettes visible for miles. Their locations are not random. Many stand on ridges, hilltops, or promontories, commanding views over lakes and valleys. Water, mountains, and sky all hold sacred value in Andean cosmology, linked with deities and ancestors. By situating the chulpas in such places, builders anchored their dead within the sacred geography of the world. Archaeologists examining the towers have found evidence of multiple burials within each, suggesting that they were family or lineage mausoleums. Rather than serving a single individual, they may have been collective monuments, linking generations together. The dead were not removed from the living community, but preserved in a visible form, reminding survivors of their ongoing presence. In some Andean traditions, ancestors were believed to influence fertility of land and livestock. Housing them in prominent towers may have been both a gesture of reverence and a practical attempt to maintain harmony with the environment. Yet not all questions have answers. Why do some chulpas exhibit extraordinary stone craftsmanship while others remain crude? Was this difference due to status, time period, or cultural variation? Why are many aligned with astronomical events while others are not? Some researchers have noted that entrances often face east or southeast, aligning with solstice sunrises. Others suggest connections to lunar cycles or stellar constellations important in Andean agriculture. These alignments may have tied the fate of the dead to the rhythms of the cosmos, linking human life with celestial order. The debate over origins adds further complexity. While most scholars agree that the Aymara developed the classic form of chulpas between 1000 and 1500 CE, earlier examples associated with Tiwanaku culture suggest that the tradition has deeper roots. Tiwanaku, centered near Lake Titicaca, flourished between 400 and 1000 CE. Its monumental architecture, with finely cut stones and ritual spaces, may have inspired later funerary practices. The continuity between Tiwanaku and Aymara monuments hints at long-standing traditions of honoring the dead in ways distinct from neighboring cultures. The arrival of the Inca Empire in the 15th century added another layer. The Inca recognized the sacred significance of chulpas and sometimes appropriated them for their own purposes. In some cases, they incorporated local traditions into the imperial framework, asserting authority while respecting regional customs. The blending of architectural styles suggests dialogue, not simple replacement. Yet after the Spanish conquest in the 16th century, Many chulpas were damaged or abandoned. Colonial authorities often viewed them as pagan and sought to suppress their use. Over time, looting and weathering further eroded them, leaving the haunting ruins seen today. Standing among the towers, one feels their scale not only physically but symbolically. They are too large to be mere tomb markers, too carefully aligned to be accidental. They speak of societies that invested enormous labor into remembering their dead, of beliefs that saw no sharp division between life and afterlife. Ancestors housed in stone were still part of the community, mediating between the living and the sacred. Visiting Silustani at sunrise reveals the drama of alignment. As the first rays crest the horizon, they strike the entrances of the towers, casting light into the chambers. For ancient observers, this must have been a powerful moment, a merging of natural cycle and ritual space. Each year, solstices and equinoxes would reaffirm the bond between the community, its ancestors, and the cosmos. The dead did not rest in darkness, but participated in the eternal dance of light and shadow across the highland sky. The towers also invite comparison with funerary monuments elsewhere in the world. Cylindrical stone structures, corbelled roofs, and astronomical orientations appear in Neolithic Europe, Central Asia, and beyond. Yet, the chulpas are distinctly Andean, rooted in the specific landscapes and cosmologies of the Altiplano. Their resemblance to other traditions may reflect convergent solutions to universal questions about death and remembrance, rather than direct connections. Archaeological work continues to shed light on the towers. Excavations reveal pottery fragments, textiles, and even remains of offerings placed alongside the dead. Analysis of bones shows both men and women interred, sometimes with evidence of complex rituals. In certain towers, multiple chambers suggest stages of use over generations. Yet gaps in knowledge remain. Without written records, much of the symbolic meaning must be inferred from architecture, orientation, and ethnographic parallels. Local communities today maintain complex relationships with the chulpas. For some, they are heritage sites, part of cultural identity and tourism. For others, they are sacred spaces still connected to ancestral spirits. Pilgrimages, offerings, and rituals occasionally occur at the towers, continuing the link between past and present. In this way, the chulpas are not only archaeological remains, but living monuments, bridging modern Andean life with ancient traditions. One cannot help but wonder about the ceremonies that once unfolded around them. Perhaps processions carried bodies up the ridges, chants rising into the thin air as families prepared their ancestors for the tower. Fires might have burned, food and drink shared, and prayers offered to deities of sun and mountain. The act of sealing the chamber, stone by stone, would have bound the community together in ritual. Each tower was both tomb and temple, housing the dead while shaping the living's relationship with their environment. The mystery of architectural influence remains central. Some scholars argue that the precision of certain towers indicates knowledge shared with or adapted from Inca stonework. Others point to local Aymara innovations that later influenced the Inca. The direction of influence is difficult to establish, but the continuity of style across centuries suggests a shared Andean tradition of monumental stone construction. The chulpas are not isolated anomalies, but part of a broader architectural language spanning cultures and time. For those who encounter them today, the chulpas evoke both awe and melancholy. They are ruins, incomplete, many crumbling, yet they retain dignity. The stones still stand against wind and rain, defying centuries. Their circular forms still frame the horizon. Their entrances still face the rising sun. Even as time erodes details, the essence of their purpose remains visible. They are places of memory, designed to outlast generations, and in that they have succeeded. As light shifts across the Altiplano, shadows lengthen and shorten around the towers. The cycle continues, just as it did when the Aymara built them. For modern visitors, this cyclical play of light may echo the beliefs that inspired the towers. Death not as an end, but as part of a recurring rhythm, connected to sun, earth, and sky. The ancestors rest not in darkness, but in continuity, their towers participating in the eternal turning of the world. In contemplating the Chulpas, one recognizes the limits of explanation. Archaeology can measure stones, date layers, and trace cultural influences. Yet the deepest meanings, the prayers spoken, the emotions felt, the visions of the afterlife imagined, remain beyond reach. Perhaps this is fitting. Monuments are not only about answers, but about presence. The Chulpas present themselves to us across centuries, asking us to pause, to reflect, to acknowledge both continuity and loss. As this part draws to a close, the towers remain standing on their ridges, guardians of a past that is at once distant and near. They are not merely remnants of stone, but voices of ancestors, still speaking through their forms, their alignments, and their place in the landscape. While their builders are gone, their purpose partly obscured, the Chulpas continue to fulfill their role, linking the living to the dead, the earth to the heavens, the present to the eternal. Another mystery waits elsewhere, carrying its own unanswered questions. For now, the Chulpa towers of the Andes remain with us, tall and weathered, reminding us that remembrance is as much about wonder as it is about certainty. On a wooded slope in southern New Hampshire lies a tangle of stone walls, chambers, and standing slabs that has puzzled locals and visitors for more than a century. Popularly called America's Stonehenge, the site is officially known as Mystery Hill, and its curious arrangement of boulders and structures has inspired both scholarly studies and imaginative speculation. Are these stones remnants of indigenous ritual activity, colonial farm labor, or something far older and stranger? At the heart of the debate stands a set of monoliths claimed to align with astronomical events. To some, these suggest a deliberate ancient observatory. To others, they are coincidences produced by random stone placement and wishful interpretation. The site sprawls across 30 acres of granite-studded land in the town of Salem, New Hampshire. Walking among the trees, one encounters a labyrinth of low stone walls that crisscross the hillside, chambers built of large slabs fitted together without mortar, and isolated stones set upright. Some structures appear to form small roofed enclosures, while others resemble altars or standing markers. The centerpiece is a large stone slab, sometimes called the sacrificial table, though archaeologists point out that it could equally have served as a lye-leaching stone used in colonial soap making. Around the central complex, standing monoliths are positioned in a rough circle, said by enthusiasts to mark the rising and setting points of the sun and moon at solstices and equinoxes. The story of Mystery Hill as a subject of debate begins in the 19th century. Local farmers clearing land for pasture encountered the stone chambers and speculated about their origin. Some thought they were old root cellars, others believed they were built by indigenous peoples. In the 20th century, interest grew when William Goodwin, a wealthy insurance executive, purchased the property in the 1930s and began promoting the idea that it had been built by ancient Celtic voyagers who crossed the Atlantic long before Columbus. Goodwin rearranged some stones to fit his theory, adding to the confusion about the site's original layout. His writings popularized the notion of a mysterious site in New England that paralleled Old World monuments. Later researchers took a more cautious approach. Archaeologists examining the area in the second half of the 20th century pointed out that New England is covered with stone walls and chambers built by colonial farmers. In the rocky soil, clearing boulders was a constant task, and many landowners constructed stone boundaries, storage areas, and animal pens. Mystery Hill, they argued, could be largely explained as the cumulative work of several generations of European settlers adapting to the landscape. The supposed astronomical alignments, when tested with precise instruments, often turned out to be approximate or inconsistent, more easily explained as chance than deliberate design. Yet the site does not yield its story so simply. Some chambers show unusual features, such as long entranceways or carefully corbelled roofs that seem more elaborate than typical colonial storage structures. The presence of multiple chambers clustered together suggests something beyond mere practicality. In addition, indigenous peoples of New England did construct stone features for ceremonial purposes, including cairns, effigy structures, and alignments. While there is no definitive evidence linking Mystery Hill to specific native traditions, the possibility that indigenous activity contributed to the site cannot be ruled out. The question of astronomical alignment remains central. Enthusiasts claim that certain standing stones mark solstice sunrises, equinox sunsets, or major lunar standstills. Photographs show beams of light passing between stones at key times of year, creating the impression of intentional design. Critics counter that in a wooded and boulder-strewn landscape, one can find apparent alignments in many places simply by chance. Without written records or clear cultural context, it is difficult to distinguish deliberate observatories from coincidental arrangements. For visitors today, walking the site evokes a sense of layered history. The stone chambers are half buried under soil and moss, their interiors cool and dim. Low walls snake across the forest floor, their purpose obscured. The supposed sacrificial table, a massive flat slab with grooves on its surface, lies at the center like a stage set for ritual. Whether it once bore offerings to gods or soap ingredients for colonial households is uncertain. The ambiguity itself fuels the site's mystique. The landscape of New England contributes to the mystery. Glacial activity left countless boulders scattered across fields and forests, many perched in unusual positions. Early settlers incorporated these into their stonework, creating boundaries and structures that blended natural and human features. Mystery Hill sits within this environment, its stones part natural deposit, part human arrangement. Untangling the two is a formidable challenge. Archaeological excavations have yielded mixed results. Some charcoal fragments recovered from beneath stones date to a few thousand years ago, suggesting pre-colonial activity. However, such fragments are not definitive proof of construction at that time. They could represent unrelated fires or later disturbances. Artifacts linked to indigenous presence in the region show that native peoples lived and moved through the area for millennia, but no direct link ties them conclusively to the chambers. Meanwhile, colonial-era tools and records confirm that European settlers were active on the land, likely shaping it for farming. The evidence is thus ambiguous, pointing to a palimpsest of uses over time, rather than a single origin. Public fascination with Mystery Hill grew in the late 20th century when it was rebranded as America's Stonehenge to attract visitors. Guided tours, interpretive signs, and seasonal events present the site as an ancient mystery. On solstices and equinoxes, gatherings watch the sun rise or set behind standing stones, celebrating what they see as intentional astronomical design. While archaeologists caution against over-interpretation, the experience of watching celestial events framed by stone is undeniably powerful. Even if the alignments are coincidental, the act of witnessing them creates meaning for modern observers. The debate over Mystery Hill reflects broader tensions in interpreting the past. On one side are those who seek extraordinary explanations, Celtic voyagers, ancient seafarers, or lost civilizations. On the other side are scholars who emphasize caution, pointing to colonial pragmatism and natural coincidence. Between these poles lies the possibility that the site is the cumulative result of many hands over many centuries, indigenous, colonial, and modern. In this view, the mystery is not about a single origin, but about how layers of human activity create landscapes of enduring intrigue. One can imagine the rhythms of life that once surrounded the site. If indigenous peoples used the land for ceremony, the chambers may have served as ritual enclosures, places where sky and stone converged. If colonial farmers shaped the walls and slabs, the structures may have echoed with the sounds of daily labor, storing root vegetables through harsh winters. Later, antiquarians and tourists walked the same ground, projecting their own narratives onto the stones. Each layer of interpretation adds to the site's aura, transforming it from practical landscape to cultural palimpsest. Astronomical alignments hold particular allure because they connect human structures to cosmic cycles. Across cultures, from Newgrange in Ireland to Chaco Canyon in New Mexico, people have oriented monuments to solstices, equinoxes, and lunar events. The idea that Mystery Hill might belong to this global tradition is appealing. Even if the alignments are coincidental, the impulse to see meaning in them reflects our enduring fascination with connecting Earth to sky. The site also illustrates how archaeology intersects with identity. For local communities, America's Stonehenge has become a point of pride, a tourist attraction that places New Hampshire on the map of global mysteries. For indigenous groups, claims of ancient European builders risk overshadowing their own deep history in the region. For archaeologists, the challenge is to balance respect for cultural traditions with evidence-based interpretation. The debate is not only about stones but about who is recognized as shaping the land's past. Standing within the central complex today, the sense of ambiguity is palpable. The chambers are too deliberate to be dismissed entirely as random piles, yet too irregular to match known Old World monuments. The monoliths align with the sun often enough to provoke curiosity, yet inconsistently enough to invite doubt. In this space between certainty and speculation lies the enduring allure of Mystery Hill. The story of its interpretation reflects changing cultural contexts. In the 19th century, when America sought ties to European antiquity, the idea of Celtic builders gained traction. In the 20th century, amid growing recognition of indigenous histories, attention shifted toward native explanations. In the 21st century, with tourism and popular media shaping perceptions, the site has become a hybrid, part archaeological puzzle, part cultural attraction, part cosmic observatory for those who choose to see it that way. Mystery Hill may never yield a definitive answer. Its stones resist singular interpretation, instead offering a landscape where multiple histories overlap. Perhaps its value lies precisely in this ambiguity. By forcing us to consider multiple possibilities, it teaches humility about the limits of knowledge. It shows how landscapes can be shaped, reshaped, and reinterpreted across generations, accumulating meaning even when their origins remain obscure. As the sun sets over New Hampshire's forests, shadows stretch across the chambers and monoliths. Whether or not the alignment was intended, the sight of light falling on ancient stones evokes a timeless sense of connection. For those who gather to watch, the experience is real, regardless of its historical origin. The stones of Mystery Hill thus continue to fulfill a role they may never have been designed for, linking human beings to the vast cycles of the cosmos. In closing, the Mystery Hill monoliths remind us that discovery is not always about finding final answers. Sometimes it is about engaging with uncertainty, walking among stones whose meaning has shifted with each generation, and recognizing that mystery itself can be a form of heritage. Another site awaits, carrying its own enigmas, but Mystery Hill holds its place in the story of unexplained discoveries, where earth, sky, and human imagination meet in the forests of New England. From the vantage point of a low-flying aircraft, a traveler gazing down at the desert near Blythe in southeastern California would see shapes unfurling across the earth itself. Human figures, animal outlines, and abstract forms stretch across the barren ground, so large that their scale is invisible from the surface. Known today as the Blythe giant Intaglios, these geoglyphs remain among the greatest archaeological puzzles in North America. They are not built of stone or raised in monument, but rather formed through subtraction, lines cut into the desert pavement, exposing the pale soil beneath. The images are monumental in every sense. The largest human figure measures more than 170 feet in length, with arms extended outward as if proclaiming presence to the heavens. Nearby, animal forms take shape, often identified as mountain lions, coyotes, or serpents. Though the technique is simple, scraping away the top layer of darkened rock, the result has endured for centuries, preserved by the arid climate and the sparse vegetation of the Colorado River basin. For countless generations, the figures rested unnoticed except by local indigenous communities whose traditions remembered them. It was not until the 1930s, when pilots flying between Nevada and California looked down, that the world at large became aware of their existence. The discovery led to curiosity, study, and controversy. How old were these figures? Who made them, and for what purpose? Archaeologists, historians, and ethnographers all attempted answers, but the Intaglios resisted certainty. Radiocarbon dating of associated materials suggests they may be between 400 and 2,000 years old. Yet oral traditions hint at origins reaching far deeper into time, embedded in myths of creation and journeys of the first people. The Mojave, Quechan, and other native groups of the region view the figures not as curiosities, but as living symbols tied to ceremony, spirituality, and memory. Scholars describe the Blythe Intaglios as part of a global phenomenon of geoglyphs, large-scale artworks created on the ground, visible in their full form only from above. The Nazca lines of Peru are the most famous example, but the Blythe figures are equally striking. Unlike Nazca, which sprawls across dozens of square miles, the Blythe geoglyphs cluster near the Colorado River, concentrated within a few square miles of desert terrain. Their proximity to ancient trails suggests they were meant to be encountered, perhaps during pilgrimages or ritual journeys. Walking among them produces a curious sensation. At ground level, the figures are difficult to perceive. The trenches forming their outlines are shallow, often no more than several inches deep. One can stand within the line of a human leg and see only disturbed earth. The full form reveals itself only from elevation, today by drone or aircraft, in earlier centuries perhaps from surrounding hills or ridges. This design raises questions about intent. Did the creators understand the aerial perspective? Were the figures meant for deities above, for ancestral spirits, or perhaps for people climbing the nearby heights to look down? The technique itself is deceptively straightforward. By scraping away the dark desert varnish, rocks weathered over millennia to a deep reddish brown, the builders revealed lighter sand beneath. This method requires no advanced tools, only persistence, planning, and coordination. Yet the scale of the work suggests communal effort, perhaps entire groups gathered for ceremony, each participant contributing to the making of forms that stretched hundreds of feet. Such gatherings may have reinforced social bonds, marking transitions of seasons, or honoring mythological beings. One striking anthropomorphic figure is interpreted by some as Mastamho, a creator deity in Mojave and Quechan traditions. With arms extended and form elongated, the figure could represent the divine teacher who shaped the land and taught the people how to live. Another nearby animal form resembles a mountain lion, an animal with powerful symbolic associations in native cosmologies. Some scholars propose that the figures are connected to initiation rituals, with young participants walking the outlines as part of ceremonial instruction, learning stories embedded in the very ground. Archaeological surveys in the mid-20th century attempted to catalogue and preserve the Intaglios. In 1952, the National Park Service installed protective fences around the best-known figures, recognizing their significance and vulnerability. Despite the protection, the geoglyphs face ongoing threats from erosion, off-road vehicles, and natural weathering. Their survival for centuries owes much to the region's dryness, but modern activity has introduced risks unknown to their creators. The question of authorship remains. Some early commentators speculated wildly, suggesting Old World visitors or lost civilizations. These ideas have little support among scholars today. Evidence points strongly to indigenous peoples of the region, whose oral histories and cultural practices align with the figure's symbolism. The Quechan recount stories of ceremonies held at sites along the Colorado River, where giant earth figures played roles in mythic reenactments. The Mojave remember creator beings whose forms and journeys shaped the world. For these communities, the Intaglios are not relics of a forgotten people, but part of a continuum of traditions still resonant in the present. Yet mysteries remain. Why here, on this particular stretch of desert? Why these shapes and not others? And what relationship do they bear to the stars above? Some researchers argue that the figures may align with celestial patterns, though evidence is inconclusive. Unlike the Nazca lines, which include clear astronomical motifs, the Blythe figures seem more directly tied to mythology than to the sky. Still, the vastness of their scale invites speculation. Perhaps they were messages to beings watching from above, whether spirits, ancestors, or cosmic forces. The Intaglios also spark questions about perspective. Before flight, how could their makers appreciate the figures in full? Some archaeologists propose that climbing nearby ridges would have revealed enough height to glimpse the forms. Others argue that complete visibility was unnecessary. The act of creation, the stories told during the work, and the rituals performed upon the figures may have mattered more than the final aerial image. In this sense, the Blythe geoglyphs remind us that not all ancient art was made for human eyes alone. Over the years, comparisons with global geoglyph traditions have highlighted both similarities and differences. The Nazca of Peru, the Sajama lines of Bolivia, and the giant figures of England's chalk downs all show humanity's impulse to inscribe meaning onto the earth at monumental scale. Yet the Blythe Intaglios remain distinctly North American, embedded in the cultural and spiritual landscapes of the Colorado River peoples. They demonstrate that the desire to create vast symbols, stretching far beyond the scale of individual human lives, was not confined to a single culture, but arose in many places independently. Modern technology has allowed researchers to study the intaglios with greater precision. Aerial photography, satellite imagery, and ground-penetrating surveys reveal subtle patterns, additional smaller figures, and possible connections to ancient trails. Some studies suggest that the figures align with routes once linking river settlements to mountain passes, hinting that they may have served as ceremonial markers for travelers. Pilgrimage, trade, and ritual often intersected in ancient societies, and the Blythe geoglyphs may embody all three. Visiting the site today is a quiet experience. The figures lie within a fenced enclosure, accessible by dirt roads leading from the town of Blythe. Signs explain their history and significance, but the true impact comes from standing within the vast desert, feeling the scale of the land, and knowing that beneath one's feet lies a design stretching hundreds of feet in every direction. The openness of the Colorado River basin amplifies the sense of expanse. The figures appear not as isolated art, but as part of the land itself, inseparable from the environment that has preserved them. Local indigenous communities continue to regard the intaglios with respect. Ceremonies are still held nearby, affirming the figures' role as living cultural sites rather than relics of the past. Archaeologists increasingly collaborate with tribal historians to understand the geoglyphs in ways that honor both scientific inquiry and cultural tradition. This partnership helps ensure that the figures are not reduced to mere curiosities for tourism, but recognized as sacred landscapes carrying meaning beyond academic interpretation. The Blythe geoglyphs also invite reflection on how humans shape the environment to express ideas. Unlike towering temples or massive statues, these figures lie flat, almost hidden until revealed by perspective. They remind us that human creativity can operate on scales invisible to daily life, meant not for immediate utility, but for enduring symbolism. Their persistence across centuries shows the power of simple methods, scraping away stone, exposing sand, to create messages that outlast empires. Some scholars speculate that the Blythe Intaglios may be older than current estimates suggest. While radiocarbon dating provides approximate ranges, the difficulty of dating geoglyphs directly leaves room for uncertainty. Could they predate recorded oral traditions? Were they created during climatic shifts, perhaps marking water sources or ritual responses to environmental change? The desert itself has changed over millennia, with shifting river courses and ecological transformations. The intaglios may be part of this long dialogue between people and place. One persistent theme in studies of the intaglios is their role as mediators between worlds, the human, the animal, the spiritual, and the cosmic. The figures are larger than life, stretching beyond human scale to embody powers greater than individuals. By walking among them, participants in ceremony may have connected with forces beyond themselves, grounding myth in physical form. The desert became both canvas and stage, where stories inscribed into earth mirrored the narratives passed down through generations. The mystery of purpose remains unresolved, yet perhaps resolution is unnecessary. The intaglios are not puzzles to be solved once and for all, but presences to be encountered. They draw us into questions that reach beyond archaeology, about how cultures express belief, how communities mark space, and how memory is carried through land. Their endurance across centuries demonstrates resilience, not only of the earthworks themselves, but of the traditions they embody. As night falls over the Colorado River basin, the desert cools, stars emerge, and the vast figures rest beneath the sky. Their outlines, invisible in darkness, remain etched in the ground, waiting for dawn to reveal them again. Travelers who come upon them today see only a fragment of what they mean, yet even that fragment is enough to inspire awe, These immense forms, carved into the desert floor by hands we cannot name, remain both artwork and mystery, bridging past and present. The Blythe giant Intaglios remind us that meaning can be written into the very earth, enduring not through walls or monuments, but through the patient removal of stone, leaving lines that outlast generations. They ask us to consider the ways people before us engaged with their world, honoring gods, ancestors, animals, or the forces of creation itself, through symbols grand enough to be seen from the sky. The questions remain open, the answers elusive, and perhaps that is the point. In their very ambiguity, the Intaglios continue to hold power, speaking across centuries without words. Their message may never be fully understood, yet their presence ensures that the story of the desert is never complete without them. A traveler crossing the windswept steppes of southern Siberia might come across an arresting sight. Upright slabs of stone rising from the ground, their surfaces carved with haunting faces, concentric circles, and intricate solar motifs. These are the Okunev stelli, relics of a Bronze Age culture that flourished roughly 4,000 years ago. Unlike temples or burial mounds, these monoliths speak in a language of symbols, faces with staring eyes, spirals that suggest suns or stars, and patterns that resist easy translation. Their very presence in the open steppe creates a sense of solemnity, as though the land itself were marked with guardians from a distant age. The Okunev culture, named after archaeological sites near the Okunev River in the Caucasia region, is one of the least understood of the Bronze Age societies of Eurasia. Emerging around the early 2nd millennium BCE, it existed alongside other steppe cultures but left behind a unique visual legacy. The stelae are its most striking monuments, yet they do not resemble the monumental art of neighboring groups. While some cultures focused on weapons, animals, or scenes of battle, the Okunev carved faces, elongated, mask-like, and strangely compelling. Each slab seems to confront the viewer with an otherworldly presence, suggesting deities, ancestors, or spirits whose roles remain mysterious. Archaeologists have uncovered dozens of these stelae, often near burial mounds or ritual enclosures. They range in size from smaller stones to imposing slabs more than 3 meters tall. The carvings show variation but share common features: eyes rendered with deep hollows, mouths either absent or minimal, and foreheads marked with circular symbols. Many stones display solar imagery, rayed discs, concentric circles, or spirals, which leads some researchers to see them as cosmological markers. Others suggest shamanic significance, with the faces representing intermediaries between human and spiritual realms. The cultural context of the Okunev stelae complicates interpretation. The Okunev people lived in a region of contact where steppe pastoralists, forest hunters, and early agricultural groups intersected. They left behind petroglyphs in addition to stelae, many depicting animals such as elk, bears, and horses. Their burial sites reveal both local traditions and influences from wider Eurasian networks. Yet the faces on the stelae have few parallels, standing apart as a distinct form of symbolic art. Scholars debate whether they portray gods, ancestors, or shamans wearing ritual masks. Some even propose that the solar discs may indicate astronomical knowledge, perhaps aligning with seasonal cycles or celestial events. Standing before one of these stones, the experience is unsettling. The face is not naturalistic, yet its eyes seem fixed on the observer. The lines are simple, but their effect is powerful. Unlike the elaborate mythological scenes of Mesopotamia or Egypt, these carvings reduce expression to essentials: eyes, circles, lines, yet convey an intensity that feels deliberate. The ambiguity invites endless speculation. Are they meant to frighten, to guide, to protect, or to record? In the 20th century, Soviet archaeologists began systematic excavation of Okunev sites. They discovered stelae carefully placed near kurgans or burial mounds, suggesting ritual associations. Some burials contained human remains accompanied by stone figurines or decorated vessels, hinting at a complex symbolic system. Yet, the stelae rarely depict weapons or warfare. Their emphasis on faces and celestial motifs points towards spirituality rather than power. This difference distinguishes the Okunev from many contemporaries and highlights the uniqueness of their worldview. The solar imagery is particularly intriguing. Spirals and concentric circles appear across many stones, sometimes placed directly on foreheads or above the eyes. Such placement suggests more than decoration. It may symbolize divine vision, cosmic connection, or illumination. Some scholars argue that the Okunev tracked solar cycles, marking solstices or equinoxes through their monuments. Others see the imagery as part of shamanic trance, with the sun representing journeys to other realms. In either case, the combination of human face and solar symbol links personhood with cosmic power. Ethnographic parallels from Siberian shamanic traditions provide possible insights. Shamans often used masks to embody spirits during rituals, and carved faces could echo such practices. The eyes may represent vision into unseen worlds, while the solar discs mark the shaman's passage between sky and earth. Yet projecting later traditions onto Bronze Age culture carries risks. The Okunev may have developed distinct meanings now lost. What remains certain is that the stelae were central to communal life, placed prominently and carved with care. Modern researchers also employ new techniques to study the stones. Photogrammetry and 3D scanning capture details worn by centuries of weathering. These studies reveal faint lines invisible to the naked eye, suggesting that some stelae once carried even more elaborate designs. Pigments may have originally colored the carvings, adding vibrancy now lost to time. If painted, the faces would have been even more striking, their eyes perhaps highlighted with red or black, their solar discs bright with ochre. Such reconstructions remind us that what we see today is only a fragment of the original effect. The Okunev stelae are not isolated curiosities but part of larger ritual landscapes. Archaeologists have found them arranged in groups, sometimes encircling burial sites, other times standing alone on ridges. Their placement may have marked sacred boundaries or paths of ritual procession. In some cases, the stelae were intentionally broken or buried, suggesting ceremonies of deactivation or transformation. These acts show that the stones were not static monuments, but participants in cultural life, their meanings shifting over time. Beyond their archaeological context, the stelae raise questions about memory and identity. Who were the faces meant to represent? Were they generic spirits or portraits of specific individuals? The stylization suggests archetypes rather than likenesses, but the intensity of the gaze implies personal significance. Perhaps they embodied ancestors, giving communities a tangible connection to lineage, or perhaps they were gods, embodiments of forces that governed life and death. Without written records, the answers remain elusive, leaving interpretation open. The faces themselves defy easy categorization. Some appear elongated, almost mask-like, while others are rounded and abstract. Certain stones combine human and animal traits, suggesting transformation or liminality. The ambiguity between human and otherworldly hints at shamanic cosmology, where boundaries between beings blur. Solar motifs reinforce this connection, linking the carved faces to cycles beyond human life. Comparisons to other cultures provide perspective. In the Near East, stone stelae often commemorated kings or deities with inscriptions. In Europe, megalithic monuments sometimes carried carvings of weapons or geometric designs. The Okunev stelae differ in focus. They center on the face as primary symbol, not ruler or weapon. This emphasis suggests a worldview less concerned with authority than with spiritual mediation. The Okunev appear to have envisioned the face as gateway between worlds, a conduit of vision and power. The endurance of these monuments across millennia is remarkable. Despite harsh Siberian winters, shifting soils, and human disturbance, many stelae remain upright. They have witnessed the rise and fall of cultures, the passage of empires, and the modern transformation of the steppe. Yet their carved eyes still gaze outward, holding secrets unrevealed. To stand before them today is to encounter a presence that transcends time, an encounter both intimate and distant. Local folklore sometimes intertwines with archaeological interpretation. In villages near Circassia, stories circulate of stones with faces guarding the land, or of spirits dwelling within carved monuments. While not direct continuations of Okunev tradition, such tales suggest the persistence of awe toward the stelae. Modern Circassian people, descendants of various steppe groups, regard the stones as cultural heritage, reminders of ancestral creativity. Preservation efforts now aim to protect the stelae from damage, ensuring they remain part of the landscape for future generations. The Okunev stelae also pose broader questions about how humans use symbols to connect with the cosmos. By carving faces with solar crowns, the Okunev linked human identity with celestial cycles. This synthesis suggests a worldview where individuals were inseparable from larger forces. The stones embody this vision in physical form, monumentalizing ideas that words alone could not convey. In doing so, they join a global tradition of ancient monuments that encode cosmology in enduring material. Despite advances in study, the stelae remain undeciphered. Each new discovery adds detail but not closure. Scholars propose interpretations, shamanic masks, solar deities, ancestral guardians, but no single theory satisfies all evidence. Perhaps the ambiguity itself is intentional, the faces designed to resist fixed meaning, allowing communities to adapt them across generations. Symbols often thrive in openness, carrying layered significance for different contexts. The Okunev may have understood this, leaving us monuments that demand contemplation rather than conclusion. In recent years, exhibitions of Okunev art have introduced wider audiences to these enigmatic stones. Museums in Russia and abroad display casts and photographs, while researchers publish detailed analyses. Yet even in photographs, the impact is muted. The stelae belong to their landscape, their power derived partly from their isolation on the steppe. Removed from that setting, they become artifacts. In place, they remain presences. To truly grasp them, one must stand beneath the vast Siberian sky, feeling the scale of land and stone alike. The Okunev stelae challenge assumptions about the Bronze Age. They remind us that ancient societies were not only builders of weapons or farmers of land, but also creators of profound symbolic systems. Their art was not decorative, but central to worldview, embedding spirituality in stone. In their simplicity lies depth, in their ambiguity, endurance. The faces carved 4,000 years ago still confront us today, demanding recognition even as they withhold their secrets. As the wind sweeps across the steppe and the sun arcs overhead, the stelae remain unmoved. They do not reveal their purpose, yet they continue to inspire awe. Their mystery is part of their meaning, a reminder that not all knowledge is meant to be complete. What the Okunev sought through their stones may be beyond recovery, but the experience of standing before them endures, bridging past and present. The parting thought is this: the Okunev stelae are not just archaeological remains, but invitations. They invite us to reflect on the universality of human expression, on the ways people across time have sought to inscribe meaning into the world. Their faces, carved in stone, remind us of our own search for connection, to ancestors, to cosmos, to forces greater than ourselves. They remain, gazing outward, holding stories untold, ensuring that the steppe is never without memory. The visitor who steps into the gardens of Ranmasu Uyana, near the ancient city of Anuradhapura, does not immediately notice the stone that has stirred centuries of speculation. The royal park itself is serene, filled with ponds carved from living rock, the remnants of pleasure gardens where kings once bathed and meditated. But tucked against a boulder face is a carving unlike anything else in Sri Lanka, a circular design cut with precision, its lines forming a strange diagram that has never been fully explained. It is known as the Sakala Chakria, a name that translates loosely into the cycle of the universe. To some, it is no more than a chart of the heavens, perhaps even a simple map of the cosmos as imagined by Buddhist thinkers of the first millennium. To others, drawn by its geometry and the mystery of its placement, it has become something more, a symbol of an ancient code, a gateway to myths, and in modern times, even claimed by those who see in it the shape of an alien portal. The carving is not large, measuring about 6 feet across, but the impression it leaves is larger than its size. A circle filled with smaller circles, rectangles, and lattice-like grids, it resembles no inscription, no text, no common icon of Sri Lankan art. Unlike the floral motifs, the images of the Buddha, or the graceful animals etched elsewhere, this work seems mechanical, abstract, even technical. Its lines are clean and purposeful, as though drafted with instruments rather than chipped freehand into the rock. The overall effect is one of deliberate order, as though the carver sought to capture not an image of the natural world, but a diagram of something unseen. From the moment it was first studied, scholars have wrestled with what exactly it was meant to portray. Ranmasu Uyana itself has an old and important history. It lies between two great reservoirs, the Tisa Wiwa and Nuwara Wiwa, both constructed during the heights of the Anuradhapura kingdom. The gardens were royal grounds, linked to the palaces of the city, where monks, rulers, and attendants walked among carved pools shaded by trees. Anuradhapura flourished from the 4th century before the Common Era until the 11th century, a center of Buddhism and monumental stone architecture. Within this setting, the Sakala Chakria was cut, but its exact date is uncertain. No inscription marks the stone. No chronicle describes its creation. It simply exists, quietly enduring in the rock, older than memory, its purpose left unstated. Early archaeologists who came across the carving in the 19th century tried to fit it into the known traditions of the island. They noted that Buddhist cosmology describes the universe as a series of concentric circles, with Mount Meru at the center, surrounded by continents and oceans arranged like petals of a lotus. The diagram on the stone could, they thought, be a map of this cosmic vision. The name Sakwala itself suggests such an interpretation, referring to a world system in Pali. If so, then perhaps monks or scholars etched it as a teaching tool, a way to visualize the cycles of rebirth and the realms of existence described in scripture. Yet even as this explanation satisfied some, others noted its peculiar details, the rectangles, the grids, the almost architectural divisions that did not match the smooth circles of Buddhist cosmology. Something about it resisted simple classification. Over time, a second school of thought emerged. Rather than seeing the carving as a purely religious symbol, some proposed it as a practical map. The nearby reservoirs were feats of hydraulic engineering, requiring careful planning and a grasp of geometry. Could the Chakria be a chart of canals, sluices, or irrigation plans? The straight lines and repeating shapes might be diagrams of waterworks rather than galaxies. This idea gave the carving a more earthly function, linking it to the ingenuity of Sri Lanka's ancient engineers. Yet the problem remained. The design matches no known hydraulic system, and the lines, though precise, do not correspond to the actual layout of the reservoirs. Once again, the carving slipped from certainty back into doubt. In the 20th century, when theories of lost civilizations and extraterrestrial visitors began to capture imaginations worldwide, the Sakwala Chakria took on new life. Photographs of the stone spread in fringe publications, where its circles and grids were likened to landing pads or machine diagrams. Some writers saw in it the resemblance to modern circuit boards, suggesting that the ancients had somehow carved a representation of technology far ahead of their time. Others declared it a stargate, a portal through which beings from beyond the earth might travel. The rock face near which the carving lies was even said to form part of a doorway, though in reality it is no more than a weathered boulder. These claims, though sensational, have little basis in archaeology, yet they cling stubbornly to the site's reputation, ensuring that visitors arrive with visions of cosmic mysteries, as much as with interest in ancient Sri Lanka. What makes the carving so effective at provoking speculation is the way it sits at the border between the explainable and the enigmatic. It is clearly human-made, carefully executed, and deliberate. But it lacks context. No accompanying inscription, no parallel examples, no reference in the chronicles that otherwise recorded so much of the island's history. In a civilization renowned for its ordered city plans and intricate art, this carving stands apart. It invites meaning but refuses to supply it. In that refusal, it becomes a mirror, reflecting the ideas of whoever studies it. Cosmology for the monk, engineering for the planner, technology for the futurist, mystery for the dreamer. To stand before the Sakwala Chakria today is to sense that layering of interpretations. The grooves are shallow yet distinct, weathered but not erased, their lines catching light as the day moves. One can trace the circles with a fingertip, feeling the geometry that has resisted time. Around it, the park is alive with the sounds of water and leaves, reminders that this was once a place of relaxation and contemplation. Perhaps the carving was never meant to be solved, but to provoke reflection, a stone mandala encouraging meditation on the structure of existence. Or perhaps it was a sketch for a project never completed, abandoned when its purpose was fulfilled elsewhere. The ambiguity is part of its endurance. The ancient kings of Anuradhapura, such as Devanampiya Tissa and Dutugamunu, were patrons of both religion and engineering, commissioning monasteries as well as reservoirs. It is not impossible that one of their architects or advisors might have overseen the carving. Yet without a direct link, the Chakria hovers outside the narrative of those reigns, a quiet anomaly. Later dynasties, from the Cholas who invaded in the 11th century to the Polonnaruwa kings who shifted the capital, left no record of it either. It is as though the stone belonged to a moment that was never written down. The mystery has kept the site alive in popular culture. Guides point to it with pride, weaving stories for visitors. Scholars continue to publish interpretations, each one adding another layer of possibility. Some compare it to yantras, geometric diagrams used in meditation across South Asia. Others point to parallels with mandalas painted in monasteries where circles represent cosmic order. A few still search for connections to lost continents or star maps, unwilling to let go of the allure of the fantastic. The stone remains, patient, unchanging, while the stories around it shift like currents. When the sun sets over Anuradhapura, the rock takes on a softer glow, its lines gentler in the fading light. One can imagine monks walking past, scarcely glancing at it, or kings pausing to consider its form before moving on to more pressing matters of state. The carving does not demand attention, yet once seen, it lingers in the mind. It raises questions about how ancient people sought to describe the universe, how they balanced belief with observation, and how their symbols can outlast their intentions. The Sakala Chakria may be no more than a teaching diagram, or it may be something that defies neat categories. Its endurance suggests that mystery itself has value, that unanswered questions can hold a place alongside the certainties of history. The next time a visitor walks through Ranmasu Uyana and pauses before the stone, they might feel that strange balance, clarity in the precision of the lines, uncertainty in their meaning. They might think of the monks who recited cosmological texts, of the engineers who charted the flow of water, of the storytellers who spun tales of gateways to the stars. Each interpretation leaves its trace, but none settles the matter completely. The carving continues to ask without answering, to offer form without final explanation. That, perhaps, is why it has drawn attention for centuries. It remains open, a circle waiting to be completed by thought. The Sakala Chakria stands as a reminder that the ancient world is not a closed book. Even in places as well studied as Anuradhapura, there are elements that resist certainty, small yet profound. Whether it is a cosmic chart, a meditation aid, a forgotten technical diagram, or a misunderstood relic, it holds a place among the most unexplained ancient discoveries. To study it is to accept ambiguity, to let the unknown rest alongside the known, to walk away with questions rather than conclusions. And from those questions the journey continues, toward the next mystery, the next carved stone, the next fragment of the human past that waits to reveal only part of its story. Among the ruins of Hattusa, the once great capital of the Hittite Empire, visitors often expect to be impressed by walls of stone, gates carved with lions, and temples that once housed the rituals of kings. What surprises many, however, is not a towering monument but a single stone. Set within the remains of the great temple complex, polished to a gleaming surface unlike the rough limestone around it, rests a block of deep green rock. Its color alone sets it apart from its surroundings. The stone appears almost out of place, a vivid accent within an otherwise pale landscape of crumbling foundations. To this day, its function is not fully understood, and over time it has gathered both scholarly theories and popular legends, transforming it from an overlooked feature into one of the most mysterious relics of ancient Anatolia. The great temple of Hattusa was the spiritual heart of the city. Built during the 13th century before the Common Era, it was dedicated to the chief deities of the Hittite pantheon, the storm god and the sun goddess of Arinna. Within its broad courtyard and colonnaded chambers, rituals were performed that bound the state to its gods. The empire itself stretched from Anatolia into northern Syria, rivaling Egypt and Assyria. Yet in the corner of one chamber of this immense complex sits the enigmatic green block, not marked by inscriptions, not decorated with reliefs, but distinguished only by its unusual color and its carefully smoothed surface. The stone measures roughly 3 feet on each side, a cube that has been deliberately worked. It is not native to the limestone bedrock of the site, nor to the sandstone found nearby. Geological surveys suggest it is made of nephrite or serpentine, rocks prized in antiquity for their toughness and their striking appearance. Transporting such a block into the heart of Hattusa would not have been simple. It suggests intent and importance. This was not an accidental deposit, not rubble from another construction. Someone, at some point in the Hittite centuries, placed it there deliberately. The first modern excavators of Hattusa in the early 20th century noted the stone, but recorded little about it. At that time, attention was focused on deciphering cuneiform tablets and mapping the monumental walls. The green block was left to the side, treated as a curiosity rather than a key discovery. Only later, as tourists encountered it and local traditions grew around it, did it become famous. Some began calling it the wish stone, telling visitors that touching it could grant desires. Others imagined it had healing powers. Guides encouraged travelers to place their hands upon its polished surface, leaving behind centuries of fingerprints that only deepened its sheen. Archaeologists, however, offered more grounded theories. Within the context of the Great Temple, the block might have served as a cult object. Perhaps it was a pedestal for offerings, a support for a sacred statue, or a marker within the temple's ritual geography. Its polish suggests repeated use, as though priests laid objects upon it again and again. Yet the absence of inscriptions remains puzzling. The Hittites often marked their sacred spaces with text or imagery, yet here the surface is blank. Some scholars propose that its very simplicity was intentional, a way to distinguish it from decorated altars or carved stellae. In that reading, the stone itself was powerful, not for what was inscribed upon it, but for what it represented in its material form. The color green carried connotations in many ancient cultures. It could symbolize fertility, renewal, or divine presence. In Egypt, green stones were associated with rebirth and Osiris. In Mesopotamia, green minerals were linked to vitality and protection. The Hittites, whose empire lay between these civilizations, may have absorbed similar associations. A block of gleaming green in the temple could have signified the life-giving force of the gods, the fertility of the land, or the eternal cycle of the seasons. If so, then its presence in the Great Temple was not ornamental, but deeply symbolic, a reminder to all who entered of the divine power that sustained the kingdom. Legends, however, rarely respect archaeological caution. By the late 20th century, stories of the stone as a magical object spread widely. Travelers spoke of it as a meteorite, fallen from the heavens. Others insisted it had been brought by foreign priests, perhaps even from Egypt. The most fanciful claimed it was part of a lost technology, a remnant of Atlantis, or a device left by extraterrestrial visitors. Photographs of the stone circulated in books of unexplained mysteries, where it was presented alongside artifacts like the Baghdad battery or the Antikythera mechanism. Its lack of clear purpose made it a perfect candidate for speculation. Yet when viewed calmly within its context, the green stone is neither a science fiction relic nor an idle ornament. It is a piece of material culture situated in a precise location, the corner of a chamber that once rang with ritual chants. Imagine the scene. The Hittite king enters, accompanied by priests, bearing offerings to the gods. In the flickering light of oil lamps, the green stone catches and reflects a different hue than the pale limestone around it. Upon it might be set bowls of grain, libations of wine, or figurines of deities. Its polish comes not from hands of tourists centuries later, but from the repeated contact of ritual vessels. In that repetition lies its meaning. Still, questions linger. Why a single stone not matched by another? Why green when most altars of the Hittites were simple limestone? Why no inscription? The absence of answers keeps the object suspended between history and legend. Each visitor who sees it adds another layer of interpretation. Some leave convinced it is sacred. Others dismiss it as a misplaced block. The truth remains just beyond reach. Hattusa itself amplifies this effect. The city, now a vast ruin of stone walls and gates, was once alive with thousands. Its archives of clay tablets reveal treaties, prayers, rituals, even instructions for oracles. Through these texts, we glimpse the order of Hittite life: kings negotiating with foreign rulers, priests invoking the storm god, officials managing grain supplies. Yet amid all these records, not a single line mentions a polished green block in the great temple. The silence is striking. Perhaps it was too commonplace to note. Perhaps its significance was oral, passed through ritual rather than inscribed in cuneiform. Or perhaps its meaning was so obvious to those who lived in Hattusa that it required no explanation at all. Visitors walking through the ruins today often pause at the stone longer than at the tablets, for the stone is tangible, immediate, physical. It can be touched, felt, and seen in a way that texts on display in a museum cannot. That tactile reality gives it power. Standing before it, one can feel connected not just to the Hittite kings, but to the countless others who have wondered at its purpose. The stone has become a bridge between past and present, not because it is fully understood, but precisely because it is not. In considering its mystery, one is reminded of how easily objects shift in meaning across time. What may have been a simple ritual platform becomes, in later centuries, a wishing stone. What may have symbolized fertility becomes a meteorite in the minds of the curious. The object itself does not change, but the stories around it do. This fluidity is part of what makes ancient ruins so compelling. They are canvases upon which each generation paints its own interpretation. The Hattusa Green Stone also reminds us of the complexity of the Hittite world. The empire is often remembered for its military power, its wars with Egypt, its vast archives of treaties. But the empire was also a place of profound ritual, where stones, statues, and offerings mediated between humans and gods. The green block, enigmatic as it is, fits within that broader culture of sacred material. It may not tell us what prayer was spoken or what rite was enacted, but it testifies to the importance of physical objects in expressing belief. When the sun dips low over the ruins of Hattusa and the limestone walls turn golden, the green block retains its own quiet sheen. It does not glow or shimmer, but its hue is distinct, cool against the warmth around it. It rests where it has rested for over 3,000 years, surviving the fall of the Hittite Empire, the abandonment of the city, and the centuries of neglect that followed. That endurance itself is part of its mystery. While temples collapsed and walls crumbled, the stone remained, unbroken, unremoved, waiting for eyes of later ages to rediscover it. Scholars continue to study it, yet even their careful analyses cannot strip it of ambiguity. It is polished, but by whom and for how long? It is green, but chosen for what reason? It is placed in a temple, but used in what way? Each answer gives way to further questions. Perhaps this is its true role today, not to reveal a single truth, but to remind us of the limits of our knowledge, to keep alive the sense of wonder that draws us toward ancient ruins in the first place. The Hattusa Green Stone, whether altar, pedestal, or symbol, belongs among the most unexplained discoveries of the ancient world. It embodies the tension between evidence and absence, between what we can touch and what we cannot fully know. In that tension lies its enduring fascination. To stand before it is to encounter not just a block of rock, but the enduring presence of mystery itself. And when one turns away from it, leaving the great temple behind, the questions linger. What rituals once gave it meaning? What prayers once sanctified it? What hands once polished it to its sheen? The stone does not answer, but it holds the questions faithfully, carrying them forward into the future. From there, the journey of mystery continues toward another site, another artifact, another fragment of the ancient world that refuses to surrender all of its secrets. High in the hills near Kayapshahoop in South Africa, where mist often drifts across granite outcrops and the landscape feels vast and ancient, there lies a peculiar indentation in stone. To the casual eye, it looks strikingly like the print of a human foot. Its outline has a rounded heel, an arch-like curve, and even 5 protrusions where toes might be expected. What makes the site so compelling is not simply the resemblance, but the scale. The impression measures over a meter in length. To those encountering it for the first time, it can seem as if some enormous figure once stepped upon the earth and left behind a frozen mark, preserved for countless millennia. Over time, this natural formation has earned the nickname, the giant footprint. Local visitors, storytellers, and fringe theorists alike have woven tales around it, ranging from legends of colossal beings who once roamed the earth to claims that it offers proof of biblical giants or forgotten races. Yet to geologists, the feature is better understood as the product of natural processes, erosion, fracturing, and weathering acting upon granite over immense spans of time. The fascination arises from a phenomenon known as pareidolia, the human tendency to see familiar patterns, like faces or footprints, in random shapes. The stone, in short, did not capture the step of a giant, but rather the imagination of those who gazed upon it. The region around Hittite is no stranger to geological drama. It lies within the Barberton Greenstone Belt, one of the oldest geological formations on Earth, containing rocks that date back more than 3 billion years. These ancient stones bear witness to early volcanic activity, tectonic shifts, and the slow sculpting forces of wind and water. Granite, in particular, is prone to fracturing along natural lines of weakness. When parts of the rock break away or weather at different rates, unusual shapes emerge. Over ages, these processes can produce indentations, grooves, and hollows that mimic familiar forms. The so-called footprint is one of these, a chance arrangement that caught human notice precisely because it looks like something meaningful. Though the scientific explanation is straightforward, the story of the giant footprint persists because humans rarely respond to rocks with detached analysis. Instead, we bring stories to them. In traditional African oral lore, tales of giants or powerful ancestral beings are not uncommon, and natural landmarks often became woven into myth. The footprint near Cap Shahoop has likely inspired such associations long before modern tourists came to photograph it. Even in contemporary times, the idea of giants resonates, fed by interpretations of biblical passages such as those referring to the Nephilim. For some, the granite hollow appears as confirmation of ancient texts, a tangible link between scripture and earth. When standing before the footprint, it is easy to understand why it sparks the imagination. The rock face upon which it appears is tilted slightly upward, presenting the impression at just the right angle for viewing. The outline is sharp enough to resemble toes, yet irregular enough to avoid looking carved. Visitors often remark upon the uncanny realism. Some crouch down to place their hands or feet inside the indentation, marveling at how small they appear by comparison. The scale alone encourages a sense of awe, a feeling that the stone belongs to a world older and stranger than our own. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, photographs of the site began circulating widely, especially on the internet. Accompanied by captions declaring it proof of ancient giants, the images spread quickly across forums, blogs, and videos dedicated to mysteries. Writers linked it to global traditions of giant beings, comparing it to megalithic structures said to require superhuman builders. Others suggested it had been made by deliberate chiseling, though close inspection reveals no tool marks. Such claims often overlooked the broader geological context, preferring the allure of enigma to the patience of science. Yet within academic circles, the feature has been studied with more sober eyes. Geologists note that granite in the region contains feldspar and quartz crystals that weather at different rates. Over long periods, water seeps into fractures, widening them. Wind and rain abrade the surface, smoothing edges and deepening hollows. The footprint is thus a product of entirely natural forces, its shape coincidental. Pareidolia does the rest. Humans are wired to recognize patterns, especially those resembling faces, bodies, or familiar objects. It is the same quirk of perception that allows us to see animals in clouds or faces on the moon. The giant footprint is a geological canvas upon which the mind projects a story. Still, it would be reductive to dismiss the site simply as a curiosity. Its cultural significance lies not in whether it was shaped by a giant, but in the way people engage with it. Tourists trek to Hohle to see it, and local guides recount both the scientific and the legendary interpretations. For some, it becomes a place of reflection, where the immensity of geological time meets the immensity of mythic imagination. Standing before a stone that has weathered for billions of years, one feels both small and connected to a continuum that stretches far beyond human history. There is also a philosophical beauty in how natural processes create forms that resemble human ones. It is as though nature, without intent, echoes us back. The footprint is not evidence of giants, but it is evidence of the dialogue between perception and environment. We look at random shapes, and in those shapes, we find ourselves. The Hohle rock speaks to this dynamic vividly, inviting wonder precisely because it blurs the line between accident and design. In a way, the footprint belongs to two worlds at once. To geology, it is a feature shaped by erosion. To culture, it is a relic of myth. Neither view cancels the other. Rather, they coexist, reflecting the dual ways humans relate to the past. We study, measure, and classify, but we also tell stories, dream, and imagine. The Greenstone Hills of South Africa, some of the most ancient on Earth, provide the backdrop for both impulses. The endurance of the footprint in popular imagination is also tied to the universal allure of giants. Across many traditions, Greek, Norse, African, Mesopotamian, and biblical, giants appear as figures of power and danger, beings who embody the scale of nature itself. They are larger than life, straddling the boundary between myth and reality. A footprint carved in granite, whether by erosion or by hand, seems like the perfect relic of such beings. Even in the modern age, when geology offers clear explanations, the story of giants retains emotional weight. The Hohle stone offers a physical anchor for those stories, a place where they can be told and retold. If one visits the site on a quiet day, when mist rolls over the hills and the cries of birds echo in the distance, the effect can be haunting. The granite surface gleams faintly under moisture, and the impression of the footprint seems to emerge more vividly. It is easy, in such a setting, to suspend skepticism and imagine a time when beings of vast size walked the earth. That imaginative leap is part of the experience. The site is not just rock but stage, a place where mind and stone meet to create narrative. At the same time, recognizing the geological story does not diminish its impact. Rather, it deepens it. To think that billions of years of weathering shaped granite into the likeness of a footprint is itself extraordinary. It testifies to the creativity of natural forces which sculpt without intention, yet produce forms that captivate. The same processes that carved valleys, raised mountains, and hollowed caves also, by chance, produced this peculiar shape. The wonder lies not in rejecting science, but in appreciating how science and wonder can coexist. The giant footprint also connects to a broader pattern. Throughout the world, natural formations that resemble human features have become sacred or storied. In the American Southwest, rocks that look like faces are linked to ancestral spirits. In Asia, cliffs shaped like animals become places of pilgrimage. Humans constantly interpret landscape through resemblance, finding meaning in patterns. The South African footprint is one expression of this global phenomenon. Today, local communities benefit from its notoriety, as visitors drawn by mystery also support small-scale tourism. For guides, the footprint is both livelihood and legacy, something to be cherished whether one views it as natural or supernatural. That duality makes it resilient. Science may explain its formation, but stories keep it alive. In reflecting on the giant footprint, one sees not just a geological oddity, but a meditation on how humans seek significance. We crave marks of presence, footsteps, signatures, carvings that link us to something greater. A footprint symbolizes passage, existence, a trace of life. To find such a shape in unyielding granite is to feel as though the earth itself has recorded the passing of something immense. Whether that being was real or imagined is almost secondary to the emotional impact of the shape itself. As day fades over the Barberton Hills, the granite takes on hues of orange and grey, the footprint softening in the shifting light. Travelers pause, take photographs, or simply stand in contemplation. The stone says nothing, explains nothing, but offers itself as it has for ages, a canvas for stories, a reminder of the vast scales of both geology and imagination. Its mystery lies not in giants who once strode the earth, but in the way a hollow in granite can bridge natural process and human wonder. The Kapshehoop footprint may never provide a definitive answer because it was never a question to begin with. It is a form, a resemblance, a chance meeting of rock and perception. Yet from that meeting flows a river of stories, beliefs, and speculations that enrich the human experience of landscape. It demonstrates how mystery is not always about solving puzzles, but about dwelling with them, letting them open doorways to both science and myth. In that sense, the giant footprint of South Africa belongs firmly among the most unexplained discoveries of the ancient world. It is not unexplained because science cannot account for it. It can, but because explanation does not erase its power. The rock continues to inspire wonder, to host legends, and to remind us that even the most ordinary materials shaped by time can appear extraordinary. And from that foundation, the journey of discovery continues, leading onward to yet another place where stone, story, and the human search for meaning converge. The first thing that strikes many who approach the summit of Medicine Mountain is not the view across Wyoming's rolling ridges, but the shape of stone laid carefully upon the ground. At nearly 10,000 feet above sea level, where thin air sharpens the senses and summer often feels like autumn, a wide circle of limestone rocks comes into view. It is not a random scattering. From a central cairn, 28 lines radiate outward like spokes of a wheel, meeting a rim of stones 80 feet in diameter. Around this rim, smaller cairns punctuate the circle. This arrangement, now called the Big Horn Medicine Wheel, has stood for centuries, resisting wind, snow, and time. Its survival alone is remarkable, but what draws people to it is not only endurance, but mystery. Archaeologists who have studied the wheel note its complexity. The central cairn is large and solid, suggesting deliberate construction. The spokes are evenly spaced, indicating care in planning. Some of the rim cairns align with points on the horizon where the sun rises or sets at solstices and where particular stars rise during summer nights. Such alignments have led many to describe the wheel as an ancient observatory, a place where sky and earth were joined through stone. Yet no written record survives to tell us who first built it or precisely why it was laid out in this form. Oral traditions speak of its sacred role, but those traditions vary, shaped by the many peoples who have revered the site. The number of spokes, 28, has long intrigued researchers. 28 is close to the length of the lunar month, making the wheel a potential calendar for tracking phases of the moon. Some scholars suggest the cairns on the rim marked stars important to seasonal events, such as the rising of Aldebaran, Rigel, or Sirius. When combined with the solstice alignments, the wheel may have allowed observers to anticipate seasonal changes vital for hunting and gathering. Others caution against reducing it to a tool, reminding us that for indigenous cultures, astronomy was inseparable from spirituality. Watching the stars was not merely practical, it was part of ceremony, a way of harmonizing human life with cosmic order. The wheel may have been a stage for rituals where sky and earth converged in meaning. The Crow people, who have lived in the region for centuries, connect the wheel with vision quests and journeys of spiritual seeking. Medicine Mountain itself is seen as a powerful place, a point of connection between human beings and the spirit world. Oral accounts describe young men fasting and praying near the summit, hoping for visions that would guide their lives. The wheel may have served as a center for such practices, its circular form echoing the cycles of nature and life. For the Cheyenne and Lakota, too, circular forms carried profound symbolism: the circle of the horizon, the turning of seasons, the cycle of birth and death. In this light, the wheel becomes less a measuring device than a living symbol of continuity. The absence of definitive answers about the wheel's origins adds to its aura. Some archaeologists propose it was first built around 700 years ago, based on radiocarbon dating of nearby artifacts. Others argue that the site may be older still, its use stretching back thousands of years. The problem is that stone circles leave few traces of age. Without organic material embedded within them, precise dating is elusive. What can be said is that the wheel predates European arrival in the region, and that for indigenous peoples it has remained a site of reverence into modern times. Standing at the wheel, one cannot help but notice how it frames the landscape. From the central cairn, the horizon unfolds in every direction. To the east, the sun rises at points marked by stones. To the west, it sets in alignment with others. The view north and south stretches across distant ridges, reinforcing the sense that the wheel connects earth and sky. On a clear night, stars fill the dome above, and the cairns align with their rising points. The design seems less like a static monument than an instrument of experience, encouraging those within it to look outward, upward, and beyond. The name medicine wheel reflects both indigenous and later interpretations. In Plains traditions, medicine did not refer simply to healing herbs, but to spiritual power, a force that could shape destiny and connect humans with the sacred. The wheel thus embodies medicine in this sense, a place of power, of communion, of mystery. Early Euro-American settlers who learned of the site adopted the term, using medicine wheel to describe other stone circles across the northern plains and Canada. Yet none are as large or as well preserved as the Big Horn wheel. Its scale sets it apart, suggesting a significance that extended beyond local use. Legends that grew around the wheel in the 19th and 20th centuries added to its mystique. Some travelers speculated it was built by a lost race predating indigenous peoples, echoing old myths of mound builders in the Midwest. Others claimed it was connected to Celtic stone circles, imagining transatlantic voyages in prehistory. Archaeologists dismissed such theories, emphasizing instead the continuity of indigenous use. But the persistence of these legends reflects the wheel's power to provoke speculation. Its form is familiar yet enigmatic, echoing designs seen across cultures yet anchored in the specific landscape of Wyoming. In the mid-20th century, astronomer John Eddy studied the wheel carefully, documenting its alignments with solstice sunrise and sunset. His work confirmed what many indigenous observers had long known, that the wheel marked significant astronomical events. For Eddy, the discovery was a reminder that ancient North American cultures possessed sophisticated astronomical knowledge, comparable to that of Stonehenge or Mayan temples. His findings brought new attention to the wheel, framing it as a monument of both science and spirituality. Yet indigenous voices caution against reducing the wheel to an observatory. For them, its meaning cannot be separated from ceremony, prayer, and connection to the land. The alignments are not mere calculations but part of a broader spiritual relationship with the universe. To see the wheel only as a prehistoric calendar is to miss its role as a living sacred site. Today, native groups continue to use the wheel for ceremonies, laying offerings of cloth or tobacco, renewing its significance across generations. Visiting the wheel requires a climb up Medicine Mountain, a journey that itself shapes the experience. The path winds upward through alpine meadows, where wildflowers bloom briefly in summer and snow lingers into June. The air grows thinner, and each step carries one closer to the summit. By the time the wheel appears, the effort has prepared the visitor for reflection. It is as though the journey mirrors a pilgrimage, a physical ascent toward a place of spiritual height. The mountain, the wind, and the wheel together create an atmosphere that lingers long after leaving. The site's preservation is a matter of ongoing care. The U.S. Forest Service manages access, ensuring that visitors respect the wheel's sanctity. Signs explain its cultural significance, and paths guide people around it rather than across it. Indigenous groups play a vital role in its stewardship, conducting ceremonies and advising on management. This collaboration acknowledges that the wheel is not simply an archaeological artifact, but a sacred place alive with meaning. What makes the Big Horn medicine wheel particularly compelling among unexplained discoveries is not that we know nothing of it, but that we know many things without certainty of which is primary. Was it first constructed as a calendar? Was it built as a ceremonial circle? Was it both, inseparably joined? The lack of definitive answers keeps it within the realm of mystery. Each interpretation, scientific, spiritual, cultural, adds a layer of richness rather than erasing others. As evening falls on Medicine Mountain, the wheel takes on a different character. The stones, warmed by sun, release their heat into the cooling air. Long shadows stretch across the spokes. The horizon glows with the colors of sunset, aligning with cairns as they have for centuries. The effect is quiet but profound, as though the circle has captured not just space, but time. Generations have stood in this same place, watching the same sunset, marking the same turning of seasons. In that continuity lies a sense of belonging, of being part of a story larger than any single life. The Bighorn medicine wheel remains unexplained not because nothing is known, but because its fullness resists capture. It is a site of convergence, science and spirit, past and present, sky and earth. Each visitor, whether scholar, pilgrim or traveler, finds in it something different: data, power, beauty, or mystery. The wheel does not resolve into a single meaning, but continues to turn with each interpretation. As the stars rise above Medicine Mountain and the wheel merges with the night sky, it feels as though the circle is part of the cosmos itself. The stones on the ground echo the stars above, and the alignment of human effort with celestial order becomes visible. The wheel does not provide answers, but it does provide orientation, a way of standing in relation to the universe. That orientation may be its truest gift, one that remains as relevant now as it was when the stones were first placed. And when one descends from the mountain, leaving the wheel behind, the memory of its form remains vivid. A circle, a center, radiating lines and cairns marking the horizon. Simple shapes, yet charged with meaning. The journey continues from there, carrying us onward to the next mystery, another place where stone and story come together to challenge our understanding of the ancient world. At the edge of the Paraíba River Valley in northeastern Brazil lies a wall of stone unlike any other in the Americas. Stretching across a length of nearly 150 feet, its basalt surface is inscribed with carvings that cover it from top to bottom. Stars, constellations, spirals, and geometric patterns cut into the rock with remarkable precision. This vast petroglyph panel is called the Ingar Stone, or Pedra do Ingar, and it has perplexed scholars, travelers, and storytellers for centuries. Though countless interpretations have been offered, ranging from astronomical charts to lost languages, no one has yet unlocked its meaning. The stone itself is imposing. The wall rises more than 10 feet high in places, presenting a dark volcanic surface etched with lighter grooves. Some figures are deeply carved, several inches into the rock, while others are faint and weathered. The designs vary. Some resemble animals, fish, and human-like figures, while others are abstract. Circles within circles, straight lines intersecting at angles, wave-like motifs that ripple across the stone. The sheer density of engravings overwhelms the eye, giving the impression of a coded text or map. Visitors often compare it to a starry sky set in stone, as though the rock were a canvas for celestial order. No one knows who carved the Ingar stone. Indigenous peoples have lived in northeastern Brazil for millennia, but no group has claimed authorship in oral tradition. When Portuguese colonists encountered the carvings in the 16th century, they were already ancient, their creators forgotten. Over the centuries, local legends grew around the site, some claiming it was the work of a vanished race, others insisting it was left by visitors from across the ocean. Still others saw in it messages from the stars themselves. Scholars first studied the stone in the 19th century, documenting its carvings through drawings and rubbings. Early interpretations tended to see writing, as though the grooves were an alphabet awaiting translation. Some believed it might be Phoenician, pointing to supposed similarities with Mediterranean scripts. Others suggested Egyptian or Greek influence, imagining voyages across the Atlantic in antiquity. These theories reflected the fascination of the age with lost civilizations, but none gained solid evidence. The characters on the Ingar stone resist easy categorization. They do not form repeated sequences like writing. Instead, they scatter across the surface like constellations, resisting linear reading. In the 20th century, attention shifted toward astronomical interpretations. Researchers noted that many of the carvings resemble stars or constellations visible in the southern hemisphere sky. Certain spirals align with the Milky Way, while groups of dots seem to trace Orion or the Pleiades. The stone, in this reading, is less a text than a chart of the heavens, a way of mapping the cosmos for ritual or practical use. Such an idea resonates with the traditions of many indigenous peoples, for whom stars were guides for navigation, agriculture, and ceremony. Yet again, certainty proves elusive. Not all the figures match constellations. Some appear purely geometric, their meaning lost. There is also the possibility that the carvings were symbolic rather than literal, representing mythic stories rather than physical stars. Among indigenous peoples of Brazil, cosmology often blends sky, river, and forest into a unified world. The Ingar stone, positioned beside a river, may have been a place where myths of creation were told. Its carvings a record of stories recited during ritual. In this sense, the stone is not a scientific chart, but a mythological stage, where art, memory, and cosmos converged. The depth and precision of the carvings raise further questions. To cut basalt requires hard tools and determined effort. Some grooves are so clean, they seem to have been made with metal chisels, though stone tools could also achieve such results given enough time. The labor involved suggests the stone held great importance for its makers. It was not casual graffiti, but a long-term project, invested with cultural weight. That weight is still felt today. Visitors often describe a sense of awe standing before the wall, as though faced with a vast script written in a language just beyond reach. The site has not been immune to sensational claims. Fringe theorists have proposed that the Ingar stone encodes knowledge of advanced astronomy, even suggesting that it contains depictions of planets or galaxies only visible with telescopes. Others claim it is evidence of contact with extraterrestrials, reading its spirals as depictions of spacecraft or portals. These ideas, though popular in some circles, lack scientific grounding. Archaeologists emphasize that indigenous cultures of the Americas possessed rich symbolic systems and did not need outside help to create sophisticated art. To attribute the Ingar stone to aliens is to diminish the creativity of its makers. Yet the allure of mystery keeps such theories alive. The stone is large enough and strange enough to sustain endless speculation. Its scale suggests intention, while its undeciphered symbols invite projection. Each observer finds a pattern that reflects their own expectations. A script for the linguist, a star map for the astronomer, a mythic code for the storyteller. The Ingar stone thus acts as a mirror, reflecting the cultural lenses of those who study it. Archaeological context provides only limited clues. Nearby sites in Paraíba contain petroglyphs as well, though none approach the density or complexity of Ingar. Pottery shards and stone tools have been found in the region, linking it to indigenous cultures of northeastern Brazil dating back several thousand years. These cultures had no writing systems in the conventional sense, but they did use rock art extensively to mark sacred places, tell stories, and connect with spiritual forces. The Ingar stone may simply be the grandest surviving example of this tradition, its scale amplifying what smaller carvings once conveyed. The environment around the stone shapes its significance. The Paraíba River has long been central to life in the region, providing water, food, and transportation. Positioning the carvings beside it may have imbued them with added meaning, connecting cosmology to landscape. Water itself holds symbolic weight in many cultures, representing life, renewal, and passage between worlds. To carve stars beside a river is to join heaven and earth, sky and water, into a single field of meaning. Over time, weather has softened some of the grooves, but many remain remarkably sharp. This durability speaks to both the hardness of basalt and the care of the engravers. The stone surface has acted like a canvas preserved by geology, carrying messages across centuries. Yet without a key to interpretation, those messages remain mute. They provoke curiosity precisely because they refuse translation. Modern researchers continue to study the stone with new tools. Digital mapping allows detailed recording of every groove, while comparative analysis seeks parallels in rock art across South America. Some motifs indeed resemble patterns found in other regions, suggesting shared symbolic traditions. Yet the Ingar stone remains unique in its scale and density. It is not simply another rock art site, but a monumental canvas, unmatched in Brazil. For local communities, the stone has become a source of pride and identity. It attracts visitors from around the world, bringing attention to a region often overlooked. Efforts to preserve it as a cultural heritage site recognize both its archaeological value and its ongoing cultural role. For many, it is not merely an artifact, but a living monument, one that continues to inspire awe and reflection. To stand before the Ingar stone at dusk, as light softens across the river valley, is to sense something beyond explanation. The carvings catch shadows in their grooves, making stars and spirals glow faintly against the dark basalt. One feels the presence of hands long gone, patient hands that chipped line after line into the rock. Whatever stories they told, whatever sky they charted, they left behind a surface alive with form. That form, though mute, still speaks, though not in words, but in patterns that invite thought. The Ingar stone belongs among the most unexplained discoveries, not because it defies science, but because it resists closure. We can describe its motifs, measure its grooves, date its context, and compare it to other sites, yet its meaning eludes us. That elusiveness is not a failure, but a gift. It keeps the stone alive, compelling us to return, to ask again, to wonder anew. In a world often eager for certainty, the Ingar stone reminds us that mystery has its own value. As night settles over Paraíba and the stars emerge overhead, one cannot help but notice how the carvings on the rock echo the sky above. The wall seems to mirror the heavens, as though Earth itself were inscribed with constellations. Whether intentional or coincidental, the effect is powerful. The stone links human effort with cosmic order, anchoring the infinite in something tangible. And when the visitor departs, the engravings remain, silent yet insistent, continuing to provoke wonder. The river flows on, the basalt wall stands firm, and the carvings keep their secrets. The journey of mystery does not end at Ingar. It moves onward to another site, another question, another fragment of the ancient world waiting to be explored. The pyramid rises from the desert floor of the Supi Valley with a quiet gravity, its wide base stretching across the earth and its stepped form climbing toward the sky. It is not as tall as the Egyptian pyramids, nor as elaborately carved as the temples of later Andean civilizations, yet its presence is undeniable. This structure, called the Pyramid Mayor, is the largest of several monumental platforms that mark the site of Caral, a city whose origins reach back more than 4,000 years. To stand before it is to be confronted by an ancient contradiction. A society that achieved urban complexity, monumental architecture, and long-distance trade, but did so without pottery, without fortifications, and apparently without war. The pyramid embodies the mystery, its stones holding questions that archaeologists are still learning to ask. Caral sits about 120 miles north of modern Lima, in a valley carved by the Supa River. The surrounding environment is dry, with sparse vegetation and sandy soil. At first glance, it seems a place unlikely to support a thriving city. Yet the river provided irrigation for crops, and the coast, only a short distance away, offered abundant fish. The combination created conditions for settlement, but what arose here was more than just survival. Beginning around 2,600 years before the Common Era, the people of Caral built plazas, residences, and pyramids, creating the first known city of the Americas. The Pyramid Mayor, with its massive staircases and summit rooms, dominated this landscape of communal and ceremonial life. The pyramid measures more than 450 feet on one side and rises nearly 30 feet in height. Its construction is layered, each expansion covering earlier phases, as though each generation renewed its commitment to the monument. Walls were built with large stones, filled with rubble for stability. Staircases ascended the front, leading to a platform where smaller rooms once stood. At the base, a circular sunken plaza was carved into the ground. The layout suggests both ritual and performance. Gatherings in the plaza below, leaders or priests elevated above, the entire community engaged in ceremonies that bound them together. Offerings discovered in the pyramid's layers reveal the sacred nature of construction. Burned plant remains, textiles, shells, and bones were deposited intentionally within the fill. Each building phase was more than engineering. It was an act of devotion, embedding symbols of life into the stone. Fires burned on summit platforms, their smoke rising against the desert sky. To build was to consecrate, to link the community's labor with forces greater than themselves. The absence of pottery is perhaps the most startling feature of Caral. Across the world, pottery is considered essential for sedentary life. In Mesopotamia, in Egypt, in China, ceramic vessels were used to store food, cook meals, and transport liquids. Archaeologists rely on pottery fragments to date sites and trace cultural styles. At Caral, however, not a single shard has been found. The people relied instead on gourds, baskets, and stone bowls. Dried gourds became containers for water or grain. Woven textiles held crops, and stone basins served for cooking or grinding. These perishable materials left little trace, complicating interpretation. Yet the complete absence of ceramics suggests more than preservation bias. It implies a society that chose a different technological path, investing energy in textiles and architecture rather than pottery. Cotton was central to this economy. Fields along the Soup River produced cotton in abundance, woven into fishing nets and fine textiles. Coastal communities, dependent on cotton for their nets, traded dried fish inland. Caral thus became a hub of exchange. Cotton flowed to the coast, fish traveled inland, and goods such as shells, stones, and exotic plants arrived from distant valleys. The pyramid at the center of Caral symbolized the authority that coordinated this system, a monument not of conquest but of trade and reciprocity. Archaeologists have even found quipus, knotted cords used for record-keeping, that suggest Caral's administrators tracked goods and labor in a proto-bureaucracy. These cords, precursors to the quipus later used by the Inca, indicate a society capable of managing complexity without writing. What is equally striking is the absence of warfare. Archaeologists uncovered no fortifications, no weapon caches, no skeletal remains marked by violence. Caral appears open, unprotected, as though conflict was not a pressing concern. This stands in sharp contrast to Mesopotamian city-states, where walls and armies were constant features. Some scholars argue that Caral represents a rare example of a civilization built on cooperation rather than conquest. Music seems to have played a unifying role. Flutes crafted from condor and pelican bones and horns made from deer and llama bones were found in ceremonial contexts. These instruments, placed within offerings or buried in pyramid fill, suggest music was integral to ritual life. Imagine gatherings in the sunken plaza with flutes echoing against stone, horns resounding through the valley, and hundreds of people participating in ceremonies that affirmed their place within the cosmos. Unity was achieved not through weapons, but through sound and shared ritual. Daily life in Caral reflected both hierarchy and community. Excavations revealed residential compounds of varying sizes. Larger houses near the pyramids contained multiple rooms and storage areas, likely belonging to elites. Smaller dwellings clustered in groups, perhaps home to commoners or laborers. Food remains show a diet of beans, squash, guava, sweet potatoes, and fish obtained through trade. Cotton dominated agriculture, but subsistence crops ensured survival. Textiles were woven with skill, dyed with natural pigments, and used for clothing and trade. Fire pits within homes may have served for cooking, though without pottery, meals were prepared using stone or gourd vessels. The absence of weapons or fortifications in residential areas reinforces the impression of a society organized around ritual, trade, and cooperation. The broader Caral soup culture included other settlements in neighboring valleys, sharing architectural styles and cultural traits. Caral, however, was the largest and most influential. Its pyramids, plazas, and administrative organization positioned it as the center of a regional network. Radiocarbon dating confirms its age, flourishing between 2,600 and 2,000 years before the Common Era. Caral predates all other known cities in the Americas. Its influence may have extended far beyond the Supa Valley, shaping Andean traditions that culminated in the Inca centuries later. The rediscovery of Caral is a story of modern archaeology. Though locals knew of ruins in the valley, it was not until the 1990s that systematic excavation began under the leadership of Peruvian archaeologist Ruth Shady. Her work revealed the scale and antiquity of the site, challenging assumptions about the origins of American civilizations. The Step Pyramid emerged from the sand as the centerpiece of a city older than the Olmecs, older than Chavin, a place contemporary with the great river civilizations of the Old World. Shady's discoveries forced historians to expand the definition of civilization, recognizing that Caral achieved complexity through paths different from those seen elsewhere. Why Caral declined remains uncertain. Around 1800 years before the Common Era, the city was largely abandoned. Climatic changes linked to El Niño events may have altered river flows, reducing agricultural productivity. Earthquakes could have damaged structures. Shifts in trade networks may have undermined Caral's role as a hub. Whatever the causes, the decline left no evidence of violent collapse. Caral faded gradually, its people dispersing to other valleys, leaving pyramids and plazas behind. The Pyramida Maya, once the heart of a thriving city, became a silent monument, its steps filled with sand and time. Today, the pyramid still stands, weathered but imposing. Visitors see its broad staircase climbing toward a summit now empty of ritual rooms, its circular plaza carved into the earth, its terraces aligned with plazas and streets. The architecture conveys both grandeur and mystery, a reminder that human creativity can flourish under unexpected conditions. Caral challenges the idea that pottery, warfare, or metallurgy are necessary foundations for urban life. It demonstrates that cooperation, trade, and ritual can create complexity of their own. The pyramid embodies this lesson, built not for defense, but for gathering. Constructed not to honor kings, but to host rituals of community. Expanded not through conquest, but through cycles of renewal. Its stones speak of a society that chose harmony over war, textiles over ceramics, music over weapons. In the broader story of civilization, Caral is a reminder that there is no single path, no universal model. Human societies invent their own solutions, sometimes leaving puzzles that endure millennia later. As the sun sets over the Soup Valley, the pyramid casts long lines across the desert floor. The circular plaza falls into shadow, but its outline remains. The terraces of Caral stretch into the distance, weathered yet unmistakably human. To look upon them is to feel the weight of unanswered questions. How did such a city thrive without pottery? Why are there no signs of war? What role did music and ritual play in holding people together? The answers may never be complete, but the presence of the pyramid ensures the questions remain. Caral invites not resolution, but reflection. The step pyramid of Caral stands as one of the most unexplained ancient discoveries, not because it resists study, but because what we know about it complicates everything we thought we understood. It is proof that civilization can emerge through paths unfamiliar, that human ingenuity does not follow a single script. The stones of the pyramid are mute, yet they speak volumes, offering a vision of a world where people built cities without conquest, organized communities without war, and celebrated life through music and ritual. Caral's legacy lies not only in what it created, but in the challenge it poses to our assumptions. It reminds us that history is broader than the models we construct, and that sometimes the most important discoveries are those that defy explanation. When workers were digging in a sand quarry near the Romanian town of Aiud in the early 1970s, they came upon something that would ignite decades of speculation. Buried several meters deep, within a layer said to contain the fossilized bones of a mastodon, they found an object of metal unlike anything expected in that context. It was a wedge-shaped piece, heavy, with a rough surface and a form that seemed partly artificial and partly eroded. Measuring about 8 inches long, 5 inches wide, and weighing nearly 5 pounds, the so-called wedge of Aiud would soon be carried into a storm of claims, ranging from misdated industrial debris to evidence of advanced technology hundreds of thousands of years old. At the time of its discovery, Romania was under the rule of Nicolae Ceausescu, and information about unusual finds often circulated only in limited circles. Reports about the wedge did not immediately reach the broader scientific community, leaving room for rumor and exaggeration. The object was said to have been found in association with mastodon bones, animals that had disappeared long before the rise of human civilization. This connection led some to suggest a staggering age of as much as 250,000 years. If true, the wedge would represent an impossible anomaly, an out-of-place artifact that contradicted accepted history. But as with many such discoveries, the details of the find, the testing of the metal, and the conclusions drawn from them reveal a far more complicated picture. The wedge itself is often described as having one side curved, another flat, and a form reminiscent of a shoe sole or a component that could fit into machinery. Its surface shows signs of corrosion, with a chalky encrustation that initially suggested great antiquity. Early reports claimed that metallurgical testing revealed an alloy composed primarily of aluminum, along with copper, silicon, zinc, and traces of other elements. This detail fueled sensational claims because aluminum was not smelted in large quantities until the 19th century. Before that, it existed only in compounds such as bauxite or alumina, and ancient people had no known method of refining it into pure metal. If the wedge was indeed aluminum and truly found alongside fossil bones from a species extinct for tens of thousands of years, then the implications would be staggering. In fringe literature, the wedge of Aiud became a favorite example of what is called an OOPART, an out-of-place artifact. Books and magazines devoted to mysteries of the past portrayed it as evidence of lost civilizations, alien visitors, or time travelers leaving behind their tools. Some authors proposed it was part of a landing gear from an ancient spacecraft, its shape resembling the foot of a machine. Others suggested it belonged to a forgotten technology of humanity's deep past. For readers captivated by the idea that history hides secrets, the wedge seemed a tantalizing puzzle. But when examined more carefully, the object loses much of its aura of impossibility. Later analyses argued that the wedge is not aluminum in its pure form, but an alloy consistent with modern industrial production. Aluminum alloys corrode quickly under certain conditions, producing thick oxide layers that can resemble ancient patina. The encrustation on the wedge may have formed in only a few decades, not hundreds of thousands of years. Furthermore, the precise circumstances of its discovery remain unclear. Accounts differ on how close it was to the mastodon bones, whether they were in the same stratigraphic layer or whether the association was assumed after the fact. Without controlled excavation records, the claim that the wedge and the bones were directly linked cannot be verified. Another line of interpretation is that the object may have been part of a piece of mining equipment. Its wedge-like shape resembles components used in drilling or excavating machinery, perhaps as a tooth from a digger bucket or a component of an excavator. Romania had quarries and heavy industry in the 20th century, and the presence of such debris in a sandpit is far from impossible. If so, the wedge is not an ancient mystery, but a misplaced fragment of modern technology that happened to be buried with older remains. The controversy around the wedge also reflects the difficulties of investigating anomalous artifacts under political and cultural conditions where transparency was limited. In the Romania of the 1970s, publication of unusual finds often lagged behind discovery, and rumors circulated more freely than peer-reviewed reports. Once the wedge entered the world of speculative writing, its reputation as an impossible artifact grew faster than sober analysis could counter it. Even today, photographs of the wedge appear on websites and in books devoted to ancient astronauts or forbidden archaeology, usually accompanied by the most sensational claims rather than the cautious conclusions of metallurgy. What makes the story compelling is less the object itself than the way human imagination fills gaps in the evidence. A wedge-shaped piece of corroded metal, stripped of context, can be almost anything one wishes it to be. Place it near mastodon bones, and it becomes a relic of prehistory. Analyze it as aluminum, and it becomes technologically advanced. Compare its shape to machinery, and it becomes a machine part. Each step depends on interpretation layered over limited data. The mystery lies not only in the object, but in the way stories grow around it. At the same time, the wedge of Aiud reminds us that archaeological contexts can be deceptive. Fossil layers may be disturbed by natural forces, bringing together materials from different ages. Industrial debris may end up near ancient remains by coincidence. Without careful stratigraphic recording, associations are easily misinterpreted. Archaeology requires precision in context, and without it, anomalies appear where none exist. The wedge is a case study in how incomplete data can lead to extraordinary claims. Even if the wedge is modern, it holds cultural significance. It illustrates the enduring appeal of mysteries that challenge accepted history. People are drawn to the idea that evidence of advanced civilizations lies hidden beneath the earth, waiting to overturn everything we think we know. In the Cold War era, when the wedge was discovered, such stories carried additional resonance. They offered an escape from rigid official narratives, a suggestion that secrets lay beyond the reach of governments and orthodox science. In this way, the wedge became not only an artifact of metal, but a symbol of hidden possibilities. Scientific skepticism does not diminish the object's intrigue. On the contrary, it highlights how artifacts become mirrors of human imagination. The wedge has been interpreted as alien, prehistoric, industrial, or fraudulent, each interpretation reflecting the desires and anxieties of those who hold it. For archaeologists, it is a cautionary tale about the importance of context and the dangers of drawing conclusions from incomplete evidence. For enthusiasts, it remains a token of mystery, a reminder that the past still holds surprises. In recent decades, attempts have been made to locate the wedge for further study. Reports suggest it was once held at the History Museum of Transylvania in Cluj-Napoca, though its current whereabouts are uncertain. Some accounts say it remains in storage, others that it was misplaced. The lack of access has only deepened the aura of secrecy around it. For some, this absence confirms its importance. If the wedge were trivial, they argue, why would it not be easily available? For others, it is simply another example of how mundane artifacts become inflated by the fog of rumor. Whether modern or ancient, the wedge has secured its place among the catalogue of unexplained discoveries. Its story illustrates the tension between evidence and interpretation, between scientific caution and popular imagination. A piece of corroded alloy may not rewrite history, but it can inspire reflection on how history is written in the first place. The Pyramid of Caral, the stones of Stonehenge, the wedge of Aiud, all remind us that artifacts carry not only their own weight, but the weight of the meanings we assign to them. As one reflects on the wedge, its form lingers in the mind, heavy, angled, oddly shaped, like a tool awaiting use. Whether it once fit into a machine, or was dropped by chance into the earth, or simply corroded into its current shape, it embodies the interplay between object and story. Its discovery in a quarry aligns it with the long tradition of finds made by workers rather than scientists, where context is partial and mystery flourishes. From such finds come not only data, but myths, each generation layering new meanings onto old metal. The truth about the wedge may never carry the glamour of the wilder theories. It may be no more than a piece of lost equipment, misinterpreted in the excitement of discovery. Yet even this outcome carries value. It shows how human minds leap to connect dots, how the desire for mystery fuels interpretation. The wedge, whether ancient relic or modern scrap, tells us as much about ourselves as about the past. It reminds us that artifacts are not only things of metal or stone, but catalysts for story, imagination, and reflection. The quarry near Aiud is quiet now, its sand long since dug, its fossils catalogued, its wedge transported away. Yet the tale of that discovery persists, carried in books, websites, and conversations. It persists because it offers both a puzzle and a lesson. A puzzle in the unanswered questions about its exact origin, and a lesson in how easily mysteries are born when evidence is fragmentary. In this sense, the wedge has achieved a form of immortality. Its physical reality may be mundane, but its story endures, reshaped by every retelling. In the end, the wedge of Aiud is less about aliens or lost civilizations than about the ways humans engage with the unknown. It reveals how objects spark narratives, how curiosity thrives in the absence of certainty, and how the line between fact and speculation blurs when evidence is scarce. Whether lying in a museum drawer or still buried in the sands of Romania, the wedge continues to exert its quiet pull, not as proof of forgotten history, but as a reminder that history is always more complicated than we expect, and that the mysteries we create often tell us as much as the mysteries we solve. Across the windswept Arctic, where tundra stretches endlessly toward the horizon and snow can fall even in midsummer, towers of stone rise from the frozen earth. They are not mountains or boulders shaped by glaciers, but deliberate human constructions, carefully balanced rocks placed one upon another to form figures that resemble humans standing tall. These are Inukshuk, the plural form of Inukshuk, monumental stone markers created by the Inuit and their ancestors over countless generations. Some are small, guiding a traveler along a path or marking a hunting ground. Others are enormous, made from heavy boulders stacked into shapes that dominate the landscape, visible from far across the ice. Their endurance in one of the harshest climates on Earth makes them not only engineering feats, but cultural expressions, a symbolic system whose full meanings remain partly hidden even today. An Inukshuk begins with stones chosen from the surrounding land. Builders selected slabs, pillars, or rounded boulders, weighing each piece by eye and hand, testing balance and stability. Some Inukshuk stand as simple piles, while others take anthropomorphic form, with upright stones serving as legs, flat slabs as arms, and a final capstone forming the head. To encounter such a figure on a barren ridge is to feel the uncanny impression of presence, as though another human stands watch. In a land where vast emptiness dominates, the sight of such a marker could bring reassurance, guidance, or warning. The word Inukshuk means to act in the capacity of a human. These structures functioned as surrogates, performing roles humans could not always fulfill. They could point the way towards safe passage across sea ice, signal the location of good hunting, mark caches of food, or serve as landmarks for navigation. In a landscape without trees, where snow reshapes the terrain and horizons blur, such markers were essential. They transformed stone into memory, anchoring knowledge in physical form so it could outlast individuals and guide future travelers. Some Inukshuk are small, barely higher than a person's waist, while others are vast constructions requiring coordinated labor. Megastructures of this type may reach several meters in height, their stones so heavy that it is difficult to imagine how they were maneuvered into place without modern tools. Yet they stand, balanced through skill and patience, resisting winds that can tear tents from the ground and temperatures that freeze flesh in moments. Their survival across centuries testifies to the expertise of their builders. The symbolic system of Inukshuk extends beyond practical guidance. Oral traditions describe them as messages encoded in stone. The exact meanings varied by community and circumstance. An Inukshuk with extended arms might indicate a safe crossing point. Another might direct hunters toward a caribou migration route. Some mark sacred sites or serve as memorials to individuals. The range of uses reflects the adaptability of the form, but it also means that deciphering ancient Inukshuk is difficult. Without the living context of their makers, modern observers can only guess at many of their intentions. Archaeologists study their shapes and placements, but much of their meaning remains locked within cultural memory. The presence of these structures across vast stretches of Arctic Canada and Greenland reveals the breadth of the tradition. From Baffin Island to the Mackenzie Delta, Inukshuk rise from ridges, coastlines, and riverbanks. Some stand alone, solitary figures against the sky. Others appear in clusters, forming lines or patterns that once directed travelers across treacherous terrain. In places, they align with celestial events, marking the position of the sun at solstice or serving as sightlines for seasonal navigation. Such alignments hint at astronomical knowledge encoded in stone, though interpretation remains debated. One of the most striking aspects of the Inukshuk tradition is its endurance in a landscape that offers so little margin for error. Building Inukshuk required time, energy, and cooperation, resources not easily spared in the Arctic. That communities chose to invest in these structures suggests their deep importance. They were not casual constructions, but anchors of culture, binding memory, navigation, spirituality, and community identity. To lose them would be to lose the thread of continuity in a land where survival depended on shared knowledge. The mystery lies not in their existence, since their functions are partly understood, but in the layers of meaning that remain obscure. Oral histories record some of their uses, but not all. Each Inukshuk was built in a particular context, and without the builder's voice, much is left unsaid. Scholars note that while many served practical purposes, others carry symbolic weight beyond utility. They may represent connections to ancestors, embody spirits, or mark places of ceremony. Some modern Inuit speak of them as guardians of the land, standing watch long after their builders have gone. Their endurance has also made them cultural symbols in the present. The Inukshuk has become an emblem of Inuit heritage and, more broadly, of the Canadian Arctic. It appeared as the symbol of the Vancouver Winter Olympics in 2010, though some Inuit criticized this use as a commodification of sacred imagery. The debate illustrates how meanings shift over time. What was once a marker of survival in the tundra now also serves as a symbol of identity, resilience, and cultural pride. Yet even as they enter global consciousness, the deeper symbolic system of Inukshuk remains partly veiled. The scale of some megastructures raises further questions. Why build so large in an environment where efficiency is vital? Some suggest they were meant to be visible from great distances, guiding travelers across expanses of ice where landmarks are scarce. Others propose ceremonial or communal functions, embodying collective effort and serving as focal points for gatherings. Their size alone implies planning and cooperation, a shared vision that transcended individual need. Archaeologists studying Inukshuk face challenges of dating and context. Stones do not yield radiocarbon samples, and the Arctic environment often preserves little organic material nearby. Determining the age of an Inukshuk is difficult, though some may be centuries old. Oral traditions confirm their antiquity, but precise timelines remain elusive. Their construction spans generations, creating continuity that resists neat categorization. Inukshuk are not relics of a vanished past, but part of a living tradition, still built today by Inuit communities who continue to place them as markers and symbols. The artistry of Inukshuk lies in balance. Builders placed stones carefully, testing stability, shifting weight until the figure held firm. Some pieces weigh hundreds of pounds, yet they stand balanced without mortar or binding material. The ability to judge stone and wind, to sense the equilibrium that would allow a structure to endure, reflects skill honed through experience. Each Inukshuk is both practical and aesthetic, an embodiment of human ingenuity meeting the forces of nature. Legends also surround them. Some stories speak of giants who once roamed the Arctic, leaving Inukshuk as footprints of their passage. Others tell of spirits who inhabit the stones, guiding or warning those who travel the land. These tales illustrate the layered meanings that Inukshuk carry, blending the physical and the spiritual, the practical and the symbolic. They are both markers of survival and vessels of myth, rooted in the landscape and in the imagination of the people who built them. Modern travelers often encounter Inukshuk along trails and coastlines, where they serve as reminders of the presence of those who came before. To see one after hours of trekking across barren tundra is to feel less alone, as though greeted by a sentinel of stone. They communicate across time, carrying messages from builders long gone to those still journeying across the Arctic. Their very endurance makes them participants in dialogue that spans centuries. Yet despite this visibility, their symbolic system resists full comprehension. Each Inukshuk may have multiple meanings, practical and spiritual intertwined. Without knowing the circumstances of construction, one cannot always distinguish a hunting marker from a ceremonial monument. The ambiguity is part of their mystery. They remind us that not all ancient structures can be neatly classified, and that meaning often lies beyond the reach of modern interpretation. The megastructures in particular inspire awe. To stand beside one several meters tall, feeling the weight of its stones and the force of the wind that has failed to topple it for generations, is to sense both human determination and human vulnerability. These constructions reveal not only the desire to guide and survive, but also the impulse to create presence, to leave a mark that endures against the indifference of the Arctic. Their mystery lies not only in what they mean, but in the very fact that they continue to stand, resilient in a land where few things last. As time passes, Inukshuk face threats from erosion, climate change, and human interference. Some have been damaged by visitors unaware of their significance, dismantling stones to build new piles without understanding the meanings embedded in the originals. Inuit leaders emphasize the need to protect these structures, both as cultural heritage and as active participants in the landscape. Their preservation is not only about archaeology, but about continuity of identity and respect for traditions that still live. Inukshuk are often compared to other megalithic traditions, the standing stones of Europe, the moai of Easter Island, the cairns of the Scottish Highlands. Yet they are distinct, shaped by the unique demands and meanings of the Arctic. They are less about spectacle for distant observers and more about survival, community, and memory. Their forms may vary, but their essence lies in transformation, the act of turning inert stone into a figure that speaks, guides, and remembers. To contemplate them is to enter a dialogue with resilience. They embody the ability of humans to carve meaning out of a forbidding landscape, to make the inhuman terrain into a map of knowledge. They show that even where resources are scarce and conditions severe, people create symbols, art, and guidance that endure. Inukshuk are both practical tools and profound expressions of the human need to shape the environment into something meaningful. As the Arctic continues to change, with melting ice and shifting ecosystems, the Inukshuk stand as reminders of adaptation. They remind us that cultures before us found ways to survive, not only by hunting and building shelters, but by marking the land with signs that carried knowledge forward. Their mystery is not in whether they are useful, for their usefulness is clear, but in the full range of meanings they encode, meanings that may never be entirely unlocked. Even now, when planes fly overhead and satellites map every ridge, the presence of an Inukshuk can strike a traveler with the same force it did centuries ago. To come upon one unexpectedly, standing against the Arctic sky, is to feel both guided and questioned. It seems to say, someone was here before you, someone marked this place for reasons you may not understand, but reasons that mattered enough to shape stone against wind and time. That sense of continuity, of being part of a chain stretching across generations, is perhaps the deepest message they offer. The megastructures of Arctic Canada may not reveal all their secrets, but they do not need to. Their power lies in their endurance, their ambiguity, and their capacity to hold meaning across ages. They are unexplained not because they are wholly unknown, but because their symbolic system resists reduction to simple categories. They invite reflection, respect, and humility, reminding us that survival is not only about shelter and food, but about creating markers that carry meaning through time. As the last light of day lingers on the Arctic horizon, Inukshuk cast long shadows across the tundra, their forms stark against the fading glow. They stand where they have stood for generations, guiding, remembering, enduring. The wind sweeps past, the snow shifts around their bases, yet the stones remain, balanced and strong. They remind us that even in the harshest places on Earth, humans have found ways to leave behind more than traces of survival. They left behind symbols, enduring messages written not in words but in stone, waiting for future eyes to see and wonder. In the highlands of Guatemala, scattered across ancient sites and sometimes standing alone in fields where maize now grows, there are immense stone figures with rounded bellies, thick limbs, and faces that seem both human and otherworldly. These statues, known as pot-belly sculptures, are among the most enigmatic forms of art in Mesoamerica. Their proportions are unusual, large torsos bulging outward, arms resting against swollen stomachs, heads sometimes oversized, sometimes tilted forward as if in slumber. They can weigh several tons, carved from volcanic boulders dragged from distant quarries. Despite their sheer physical presence, their meaning remains elusive. Scholars debate whether they represent rulers, ancestors, deities, or symbolic forms entirely outside our categories. The first impression of a pot-belly sculpture is one of weight, both literal and metaphorical. The bellies protrude, rounded and massive, giving the statues a sense of grounded permanence. Some have legs tucked beneath them as though seated, others appear more upright, yet all emphasize bulk over agility. The faces too vary. Some show closed eyes and thick lips, others wear expressions so worn by erosion that interpretation becomes impossible. Their simplicity contrasts with the intricate carvings of later Mesoamerican traditions, and yet their very sparseness carries power. They are not cluttered with symbols but defined by form, by presence. The statues are found across Guatemala and neighboring El Salvador, particularly in the highlands and along ancient trade routes. Sites such as Monte Alto, Caminal Huyu, and La Democracia have yielded examples, with some standing nearly 3 meters tall and weighing more than 10 tons. Their distribution suggests they were part of a widespread tradition, not isolated experiments. Yet despite their prominence, little is known about the people who made them. Some scholars connect them to the Olmec horizon, pointing to similarities with the colossal heads of the Gulf Coast. Others see them as an independent tradition, perhaps later or influenced by multiple cultures. Without inscriptions, the statues themselves remain the primary sources of information, mute yet compelling. Dating the potbelly sculptures is difficult. Radiocarbon evidence from associated sites suggests they were carved between 500 years before the Common Era and 300 years after, though some argue for earlier origins, even overlapping with classic Olmec art. This wide range complicates interpretation. Were they a continuation of Olmec traditions, adapted to local highland cultures, or were they independent creations, responding to local needs and beliefs? The uncertainty mirrors the statues themselves, which resist clear classification. One popular theory is that the figures represent rulers depicted as corpulent to emphasize wealth and power. In societies where food scarcity was common, large bodies could symbolize abundance and authority. The statues' massive bellies might thus signify the prosperity of leaders, projecting dominance through exaggerated form. Yet other scholars point out that many statues appear to have closed eyes, slumped heads, or positions suggesting death or sleep. This has led to the idea that they represent ancestors, their bulk embodying continuity and rootedness. In this interpretation, the statues are not rulers in life but forebears in death, placed in plazas or ceremonial centers to anchor the community's lineage. Another line of thought connects them to fertility. The rounded bellies could symbolize pregnancy, abundance, or the earth itself. Some figures appear more androgynous than masculine, hinting at symbolic forms beyond simple portraits. In this reading, the statues embody cycles of life and death, nourishment and continuity. Their exaggerated forms become metaphors for the human relationship to the land and to time. The potbelly sculptures also reveal technical skill. Carving volcanic boulders requires immense effort. Builders likely selected naturally rounded stones, then shaped them with pounding tools and abrasives. The scale of the statues suggests organized labor and planning. Transporting them from quarry to site would have required coordination, perhaps using log rollers, sledges, or teams of workers with ropes. Their placement in plazas or along ceremonial routes indicates deliberate staging, ensuring they were visible to gatherings and processions. These were not casual creations but monumental undertakings, invested with communal significance. The mystery deepens when the statues are compared to other Mesoamerican traditions. The Olmec colossal heads, carved centuries earlier, also feature massive forms and individualized faces. Yet the potbelly sculptures are rounder, less detailed, more uniform in style. The Maya, who flourished later in the same regions, produced intricate stellae covered with glyphs and narratives, in sharp contrast to the minimalist potbelly style. This suggests the sculptures belong to a distinct cultural moment, one not fully understood. They stand at a crossroads of influences, yet speak with their own voice. Archaeological context provides some clues. At Monte Alto, potbelly sculptures were found aligned in groups, facing plazas or arranged in pairs. Some appear to mark boundaries of ceremonial spaces, as though serving as guardians. At La Democracia, several statues now line a public park, removed from their original settings but still imposing. The fact that they were placed in communal areas suggests their role was not private but collective. They addressed not individuals but communities, embodying shared values or beliefs. Some statues include additional features, carved collars, ear spools, or headdresses, hinting at status or identity. Others are plain, with little more than belly and face. This variation suggests multiple purposes, perhaps reflecting different local traditions or evolving meanings over time. The absence of inscriptions prevents certainty, leaving interpretation open. What unites them is the emphasis on form. rounded, heavy, monumental. The closed eyes of many figures have inspired interpretations of sleep, trance, or death. Some scholars argue they represent shamans in altered states, embodying journeys between worlds. Others see them as depictions of the dead, their slumped heads signifying departure from life. In societies where ancestor veneration was central, statues like these could serve as conduits between the living and the departed. Their bulk would anchor spirits to the earth, their presence ensuring continuity between past and present. Another possibility is that the statues were deliberately ambiguous, designed to hold multiple meanings at once. A ruler might also be an ancestor, a source of fertility and a conduit of power. The rounded belly could signify wealth, pregnancy, or abundance simultaneously. Their mystery may not be the result of lost knowledge alone, but a reflection of intentional polyvalence. These were symbols meant to resonate in many ways, their meaning shifting with ritual, season, or audience. The impact of encountering a pot-belly sculpture in its original setting must have been profound. Imagine approaching a ceremonial plaza where several of these figures stood in rows, their bulk looming above, their faces impassive, their bellies protruding as if embodying the earth itself. Fires burning, incense rising, chants echoing across the stones. The statues would not have been inert, but active participants in ritual, their forms amplifying the gravity of the occasion. Even today, standing before one in a museum or field, the sense of weight and presence remains. Modern observers sometimes struggle to take them seriously, their rounded forms appearing almost comic compared to the grandeur of other Mesoamerican art. Yet this reaction overlooks the cultural context. The statue's simplicity is deliberate, their abstraction a form of power. They are not portraits but embodiments, their forms stripped to essentials that communicate presence rather than likeness. Their mystery lies in this reduction, in their refusal to explain themselves through detail. The potbelly sculptures also remind us of the limits of archaeological knowledge. Without texts, much depends on interpretation, and interpretations change with time. Early archaeologists dismissed them as crude or primitive. Later scholars recognized their sophistication and symbolic depth. Today, they are understood as central expressions of highland Mesoamerican culture, yet their exact meanings remain contested. Each generation projects its own concerns onto them, just as their original builders may have intended multiple meanings. In the towns of modern Guatemala, potbelly statues sometimes stand in parks or plazas, integrated into contemporary life. Children play near them, tourists photograph them, and locals walk past as part of daily routines. Their meanings shift again, from sacred icons to cultural heritage, from ritual participants to public art. Yet even in these new roles, they retain their mystery. Their rounded bellies still provoke questions, their closed eyes still suggest depths beyond ordinary perception. What they teach, perhaps, is that meaning does not always lie in clarity. Ambiguity can be powerful, sustaining relevance across centuries. By refusing to be pinned down, the potbelly sculptures remain alive, their mystery a bridge between ancient builders and modern viewers. They embody continuity not through fixed definition, but through openness to interpretation. Their survival also speaks to resilience. Carved from volcanic stone, they have withstood centuries of weathering, earthquakes, and human upheaval. Empires rose and fell around them, yet they remained. Even as forests grew and fields shifted, they endured, their bulk anchoring them in place. They remind us that the simplest forms can be the most lasting, that permanence sometimes comes from weight and presence rather than intricacy. In the end, the potbelly sculptures of Guatemala remain among the most unexplained ancient discoveries, not because they defy understanding entirely, but because they resist final interpretation. They stand as rounded figures, heavy and silent, embodying multiple possibilities without collapsing into one. They are rulers, ancestors, fertility symbols, shamans, or perhaps all of these at once. Their mystery lies not in absence of meaning, but in abundance of it. As the sun sets over the Guatemalan highlands, light strikes their rounded forms, casting long shadows across the ground. Their bellies catch the glow, their faces fade into dusk, their presence enduring into the night. They remain, as they have for centuries, inviting reflection but withholding final answers. Their strength lies in this balance, in being both familiar and alien, present and unknowable. The journey continues beyond them, but their forms linger, heavy in stone, carrying questions across time. Red ochre stained the bones and the stone points, a deep earthy pigment pressed into the burial thousands of years ago. It clung to the tools and to the tiny skeleton of a child laid carefully beneath layers of soil. That vivid red is the detail that first strikes many researchers when they look at the Anzick site, a discovery from Montana that has forced archaeologists to reconsider what they thought they knew about the earliest people in the Americas. The child, no more than 2 years of age, was buried more than 12,600 years ago with a collection of tools unmatched in its completeness. It is the only confirmed Clovis burial, and its story continues to ripple through the fields of archaeology, genetics, and anthropology. The burial was uncovered by accident in 1968 when construction workers clearing a hillside near the town of Wilsall exposed bones and artifacts. At first, the significance was unclear. Montana's valleys are home to many archaeological sites, but as the pieces were examined, it became apparent that this was not an ordinary find. More than 100 tools lay beside the child, many of them classic Clovis points, bifaces, scrapers, and blades. These were not discarded objects left behind after a hunt, but carefully chosen items placed deliberately in a grave. The presence of red ochre, a mineral pigment associated with ritual in cultures across the world, marked the burial as ceremonial. The Clovis culture is named after a site in New Mexico where the first fluted points were found in the 1920s. The points are remarkable for their craftsmanship. Each carries a long flake struck from the base upward, creating a channel that allowed the point to be hafted securely to a spear. This fluting technique is difficult and risky. One mistake can shatter the stone. Yet Clovis artisans produced them consistently, suggesting mastery passed down through generations. The tools at Anzick included some of the finest examples, along with larger bifaces that may have been blanks intended for further shaping. Archaeologists puzzled over the meaning of burying such valuable tools with a child. The implements represented an enormous investment of labor and skill. Why give them up for a person who had not yet contributed to the group's survival? The act seems to point towards symbolism rather than practicality. The tools may have been seen as gifts for the afterlife, or as a way to bind the child's spirit to the community's continuity. The inclusion of both used and unused tools suggests a mix of personal and ceremonial selection, weaving together memory, grief, and cultural expression. For many years, the bones themselves received less attention than the tools, partly because of ethical concerns and partly because the technology to study them was limited. By the early 21st century, advances in ancient DNA analysis made it possible to extract genetic information. In 2014, a team sequenced the genome of the Anzick child. The results were groundbreaking. The child's DNA showed direct ancestry to modern Native American populations, with the strongest connections to Central and South America. This confirmed that the Clovis people were not an isolated or extinct branch, but part of the direct lineage of today's indigenous peoples. The genetic findings also carried nuance. The child's closest affinities were not with northern groups, but with populations far to the south. This suggested that migration into the Americas was complex, with early peoples moving quickly along routes that reached deep into the continents. The Clovis culture may have spread widely across North America, but the genetic ties of its people stretched beyond, connecting the burial in Montana to descendants thousands of miles away. The Anzick site became a keystone in debates over migration, settlement, and ancestry. The setting of the burial adds to its resonance. Montana's valleys at the close of the Ice Age were rich in game and plant resources. Herds of bison roamed the plains while rivers carried fish through the landscape. Yet the environment was also in flux. Glaciers had only recently retreated, and ecosystems shifted rapidly. Megafauna such as mammoths and mastodons lingered, but were dwindling. The Clovis people lived at the cusp of these changes, their survival dependent on adaptability. To bury a child with tools in such a setting was both a statement of loss and of resilience, affirming continuity in the face of uncertainty. Archaeologists who examined the tools noted the variety within the assemblage. Large bifaces showed early stages of reduction, while finished projectile points displayed delicate fluting. Scrapers bore microscopic wear from hide processing, and blades carried traces of use in cutting. This mixture implied a deliberate choice to include both functional tools and symbolic representations of craftsmanship. The burial thus became a microcosm of Clovis life, encapsulating technology, artistry, and belief in a single context. The red ochre ties the Anzic burial to a global phenomenon. Across Africa, Europe, and Asia, prehistoric burials often included ochre. Its symbolism has been interpreted as life, blood, or renewal, a way of marking death with the color of vitality. At Anzic, the ochre coated both bones and tools, uniting them in a shared hue. This suggests a ritual performance, perhaps involving sprinkling or painting, that transformed the act of burial into a statement of cosmology. The ochre was not incidental but central, a pigment binding the living to the dead. The uniqueness of Anzic has long intrigued scholars. Despite decades of excavation at Clovis sites across North America, no other confirmed Clovis burial has been found. This raises questions. Did Clovis groups rarely bury their dead, preferring other forms of disposal? Were burials simply unlikely to preserve in the archaeological record? Or was Anzic an exceptional case, a ritual reserved for certain individuals? The answers remain elusive, but the rarity underscores the site's importance. It is a singular glimpse into the ceremonial life of a culture otherwise known mostly from its tools scattered across landscapes. The discovery also intersected with broader questions of how humans first reached the Americas. For much of the 20th century, the Clovis first model dominated, proposing that these people represented the initial wave of settlers crossing the Bering Land Bridge and moving south through an ice-free corridor. The Anzic site seemed to support the central role of Clovis, placing them firmly in North America more than 12 millennia ago. Yet other sites, such as Monte Verde in Chile, with dates earlier than Clovis, challenged the model. The Anzic child's DNA confirmed continuity with indigenous peoples, but also highlighted that migration had multiple layers, with groups arriving before, during, and after the Clovis horizon. Debates about Clovis often focus on their role in the extinction of megafauna. Some scholars argue that overhunting by Clovis groups contributed to the disappearance of mammoths and other large animals. Others emphasize climate change as the driving factor. The Anzic site does not provide direct evidence either way, but the association of projectile points with hunting large game reminds us of the close ties between human survival and animal populations. The burial of a child with such tools may symbolize the hope of future hunters, equipping even the youngest member with the means of survival in the symbolic realm. For indigenous communities today, the Anzic child carries profound significance. The genetic confirmation of ancestry underscored what many already knew, that their roots stretch deep into the continent's past. Discussions about the treatment of the remains have involved tribal representatives, emphasizing respect and the importance of repatriation. In 2017, the child's remains were reburied in a private ceremony involving several Montana tribes, returning them to the earth with dignity. This act connected modern communities with their ancient ancestor, reaffirming continuity across 12 millennia. The repatriation highlights the ethical dimensions of archaeology. Ancient remains are not mere data, but ancestors, carrying spiritual and cultural meaning. The Anzic child reminds scholars that the pursuit of knowledge must be balanced with respect, that discovery is also relationship. The collaboration between scientists and indigenous groups in handling the Anzic remains offers a model for future work, showing how science and tradition can meet with mutual recognition. Technological advances continue to deepen the story. Microscopic analysis of tool edges reveals use-wear patterns, linking specific tools to tasks. Isotopic studies may one day clarify the child's diet, though preservation is limited. Ancient DNA continues to refine understanding of population movements. Each method adds detail to a narrative already rich but incomplete, reminding us that the past is never fully fixed. The image of a small child surrounded by tools remains poignant. The burial speaks not only to loss, but to love, to a community's decision to honor life even when it ended too soon. It shows that Clovis people were not just hunters of mammoths, but humans with rituals, emotions, and beliefs. The tools, the ochre, and the careful placement of bones all testify to a worldview that valued connection beyond the immediate struggle for survival. Archaeologists often speak of the past in broad strokes: cultures, migrations, technologies. The Anzic burial cuts through abstraction, grounding those concepts in the reality of a single child. Through that child we glimpse a community, through that community a culture, and through that culture a vast story of human expansion into the Americas. The burial compresses scale, linking the intimate and the continental, the momentary and the millennial. The landscape of Montana holds many traces of ancient presence, but none as evocative as this. The Anzic child rests once more in the earth, but the questions remain open. How did Clovis people spread so rapidly? Why did their culture flourish briefly and then vanish? What beliefs guided their rituals, their choices, their grief? The answers may never be complete, but the burial ensures those questions will continue to be asked. As with many discoveries, the power of Anzic lies not only in what it reveals, but in what it refuses to resolve. It stands as a reminder that the past resists simple narratives, that complexity is its essence. A child's burial more than 12,000 years old speaks across time, not with clarity, but with resonance, inviting reflection, curiosity, and wonder. On the sandstone walls of a red cliff in central Arizona, shapes cut into the rock catch the light in a way that feels deliberate. Some are geometric: spirals, circles, lines, and grids. Others resemble animals or human-like forms, their outlines simple yet striking. Among them are figures that many believe reflect the sun, the stars, and the sky. Together, they form the Honanki petroglyphs, a vast gallery of images created by the Sinagua people centuries ago. Though the cliff dwellings they left behind tell of daily life, farming, and survival, the carvings on the rock face point toward mysteries of meaning, time, and belief that still puzzle archaeologists and visitors alike. The Sinagua culture flourished in this region of Arizona from roughly the 11th to the 13th centuries. They built homes high in cliffs, tucked under natural alcoves that protected them from the desert sun and seasonal rains. Honanki, whose name means bear house in the Hopi language, is one of the largest of these settlements. It consists of dozens of rooms once used for sleeping, storage, and community gatherings. Yet while the architecture provides insight into their daily lives, the petroglyphs carved into the nearby stone have drawn equal attention. They are not easily explained as decoration or record. Instead, they appear to form part of a symbolic system, a language of stone that has resisted translation. Archaeologists have catalogued hundreds of images at Honanki. Some show recognizable animals such as deer, bighorn sheep, or birds. Others depict hunters with bows or figures with outstretched arms. These might be taken as straightforward scenes of life, a way of recording or celebrating events. But alongside them are far more abstract forms, spirals that seem to twist inward infinitely, circles with radiating lines that resemble suns, grids of dots that look almost mathematical, and shapes that echo constellations visible in the desert sky. Such images invite interpretation. Were they astronomical guides, marking solstices, equinoxes, or star movements? Were they ritual symbols tied to ceremonies and myths? Or did they serve as messages between communities, encoded in a shared symbolic language? The possibility of astronomical meaning has long fascinated researchers. Spirals, for example, appear frequently in rock art across the American Southwest, often associated with solar alignments. At other sites, sunlight striking spirals on specific days of the year seems to mark solstices or equinoxes. Could the Honanki spirals serve a similar purpose? The location of some carvings near cliff alcoves suggests that sunlight might indeed play across them in meaningful ways during certain times of the year. The Sinagua were agricultural people, dependent on planting and harvesting cycles. Knowledge of the sun's path would have been crucial for survival. The carvings may therefore reflect a practical calendar encoded in symbolic form. At the same time, the images seem too varied and layered to be only functional. Some figures overlap, as if carved at different times, perhaps even centuries apart. Others appear high on cliff faces, difficult to reach, suggesting ritual effort in their placement. The combination of recognizable animals with abstract shapes suggests that the carvings worked on multiple levels: narrative, symbolic, ceremonial. A hunter might see his prey represented, while a shaman might see a star or spirit form. The ambiguity is itself part of the mystery. The Sinagua were not an isolated people. They traded widely across the region, exchanging cotton, pottery, obsidian, and shells. Their cliff dwellings echo architectural traditions seen at other great sites like Montezuma Castle and Tuzigut. Petroglyphs similar to those at Honanki appear across the southwest, connecting the Sinagua to a broader cultural landscape of rock art, stretching from Arizona to New Mexico and beyond. The meaning of the carvings may therefore not belong to Honanki alone, but to a shared system of symbols used by multiple groups. Yet the precise rules of that system remain lost, leaving modern viewers to piece together fragments of a forgotten language. The human-like figures carved at Honanki add another layer of complexity. Some have outstretched arms or appear in pairs, perhaps dancers or participants in a ritual. Others are more abstract, with elongated bodies or unusual head shapes. A few resemble what some observers describe as star beings, though archaeologists caution against projecting modern interpretations. Still, the recurring theme of human figures connected to abstract symbols raises questions about ritual and cosmology. Were these depictions of ceremonies, mythic stories, or visions seen during trance states? The desert environment, with its intensity of light and open sky, has long shaped spiritual practices, and it is plausible that the petroglyphs capture moments of vision or story tied to celestial phenomena. Interpretation is further complicated by the fact that the petroglyphs were not static artifacts frozen in time. Over centuries, different generations of Sinagua and possibly later Hopi ancestors may have added to the panels. This layering means the images may not form a single coherent system, but a palimpsest of traditions, stories, and beliefs evolving over time. What began as astronomical markers might later have been reinterpreted as ritual symbols or clan signs. To us, they appear together, but to their creators they may have carried shifting meanings. Visitors to Honanki today often describe a feeling of awe when standing before the carvings. The red cliffs rise dramatically against the desert sky, and the petroglyphs seem to speak across time. Some see them as art, others as record, still others as mystery. What unites these reactions is the recognition that the carvings were meant to endure, to remain visible long after their makers were gone. In this sense, they succeed. They still provoke thought and wonder centuries later. The uncertainty surrounding their interpretation invites speculation. Some fringe theories have suggested extraterrestrial connections, pointing to figures that resemble rockets or beings with helmets. Archaeologists largely reject these claims, noting that the forms can be explained within the context of human symbolic systems and ritual traditions. Yet the persistence of such ideas reflects the sense of mystery the petroglyphs inspire. They resist easy categorization, leaving space for imagination as well as scholarship. What is clear is that the Honanki petroglyphs formed part of a lived landscape. The cliff dwellings beside them were filled with families who farmed maize, beans, and squash in the valleys below. They stored food in stone rooms, crafted tools from obsidian and bone, and carried water from nearby streams. Their lives were practical and grounded, but the carvings remind us that they were also symbolic, ritual, and cosmological beings. They looked at the sky and the land and inscribed their understanding onto stone. The carvings are not separate from life, but part of it, a visible link between daily survival and cosmic meaning. The question of authorship also lingers. Archaeologists attribute the majority of the petroglyphs to the Sinagua, but later Hopi and Yavapai groups may have added their marks as well. Oral traditions of the Hopi, whose ancestors include the Sinagua, speak of migrations and clan journeys marked by symbols left on stone. Some of the Honanki carvings may therefore be read as waypoints in these broader journeys, clan signs left to mark presence and passage. If so, the petroglyphs functioned both as sacred expression and practical communication, guiding groups through landscapes imbued with meaning. The The methods of carving also offer insight. By pecking or scratching the sandstone surface with harder stone tools, artists created designs that have lasted centuries. Some carvings are deeply incised, others more faint, suggesting variation in tools, time, or intention. Over the centuries, natural weathering has softened edges, but the forms remain legible. This durability was likely intentional. By inscribing their marks into stone rather than perishable materials, the Sinagua ensured that their symbols would outlast generations, carrying meaning forward in ways spoken words could not. Modern researchers approach the Honanki petroglyphs with caution, aware of the limits of interpretation. Some use digital imaging techniques to enhance faint carvings, revealing figures not easily visible to the eye. Others compare motifs with those found at other sites, looking for patterns that might suggest shared meanings. Ethnographic studies of Hopi traditions provide further context, though direct equivalence is difficult. The result is a body of knowledge that acknowledges both the richness of the carvings and the impossibility of final certainty. Standing before the cliff, one can imagine scenes of creation. Perhaps a group gathered as sunlight struck a spiral at dawn, marking the start of planting season. Perhaps a shaman traced a star pattern onto stone after a night of vision under the Milky Way. Perhaps a family carved animal figures as offerings for successful hunts. Each possibility reflects different aspects of life, all woven into the same stone tapestry. The carvings do not speak in a single voice, but in many, layered across time and purpose. The Honanki petroglyphs remind us that meaning can be both precise and open. For their makers, each symbol likely carried a clear reference, a season, a star, a ceremony, a clan. For us, the exact translations are lost, but the sense of intentionality remains. The carvings are not random scratches but purposeful marks, evidence of thought, belief, and connection. They are fragments of a symbolic world still partly visible, inviting us to lean closer, to wonder, and to listen across centuries. The desert landscape where Honanki lies is itself part of the story. Red cliffs rise above dry valleys dotted with juniper and cacti. The air is dry, the sun intense, the nights filled with stars. In such a place, the boundary between earth and sky feels thin. The petroglyphs may be seen as responses to this landscape, ways of inscribing human presence into a vast environment. By carving into cliffs, the Sinagua both marked their place and connected themselves to forces larger than any single life. Though centuries have passed since the last Sinagua families lived in the dwellings beneath the cliffs, the carvings remain. They have weathered storms, sun, and time, yet they still carry a sense of presence. Archaeologists may pass them for data, tourists may photograph them, and locals may view them as heritage, but in all cases, they continue to function as symbols. Their power lies partly in their ambiguity, in the way they resist final explanation while still inviting endless engagement. In considering the Honanki petroglyphs, we are reminded that the past often speaks through mystery. Not every line carved into stone can be decoded, and not every figure will yield its meaning. Yet this is not failure, but part of the gift. The carvings endure precisely because they cannot be exhausted, because they leave space for wonder. They connect us to the Sinagua, not through precise translation, but through shared curiosity about the cosmos, life, and meaning. The Honanki cliff remains quiet now, its dwellings long abandoned, but the petroglyphs etched into its face continue to draw attention, to spark questions, and to remind us of the depths of human creativity. They stand as a bridge across time, not explaining everything but offering enough to keep us looking, thinking, and imagining what the ancient carvers saw in their world. Before the rose-red canyons open to reveal the carved facades of Petra, a visitor encounters something more austere. Standing alone at the edges of pathways are great stone masses, rectangular and imposing, as if cut deliberately yet left undecorated. These are the so-called jinn blocks, freestanding monuments whose stark geometry contrasts with the intricate rock-cut tombs and temples of the Nabatean capital. They are older than the city itself, their purpose uncertain, their presence enigmatic. Local tradition later named them jinn, spirits or genies of Arabian lore, but their origins lie in a deeper antiquity, their function unresolved despite centuries of speculation. The djinn blocks are also known as god blocks or cubes, names that highlight both their shape and their perceived sacred role. Each block stands several meters tall, carved directly out of the sandstone cliffs, isolated from the surrounding rock by channels cut deep around their bases. The result is a massive monolith, rectangular in form, rising with a kind of stern simplicity. Unlike the elaborate facades of Petra, with their columns, friezes, and intricate reliefs, the djinn blocks carry no decoration. They are pure shape, imposing by their size and presence rather than their surface detail. Archaeologists have identified at least 3 major djinn blocks near Petra, with smaller or less complete examples scattered around the region. Their construction predates the main Nabatean city, suggesting they belong to an earlier cultural phase of the area. The absence of inscriptions or carvings makes them difficult to date precisely, but stylistic and contextual clues place them in the early 1st millennium before the Common Era, perhaps connected to the Edomites or other regional peoples before the Nabateans rose to prominence. The most obvious interpretation is that the blocks served as beetles, sacred stones representing deities. In Semitic religious traditions, stone monuments often embodied divine presence. The Nabateans themselves used betels, ranging from small carved stones to larger monumental forms. The djinn blocks may thus represent an early monumental expression of this tradition, great freestanding betels placed at the approaches to sacred areas. If this is the case, the lack of decoration is not absence but essence, the very abstraction marking the divine beyond human likeness. Yet the blocks also puzzle because of their placement. Unlike betels enshrined within temples or sanctuaries, these monuments stand exposed, positioned at the entrances to valleys or near pathways. They seem to guard or mark thresholds rather than occupy central ceremonial spaces. This has led some to suggest they functioned as boundary markers, liminal stones marking sacred zones. Travelers entering Petra would first pass these enigmatic monoliths, perhaps ritually acknowledging them before proceeding deeper into the landscape. Local folklore centuries later interpreted the blocks as dwellings of jinn, spirits capable of granting wishes or inflicting harm. To the Bedouin who roamed Petra's ruins long after its decline, the massive, undecorated stones seemed natural homes for unseen beings. The name djinn blocks reflects this association, which persists today. While archaeologists see them as ritual monuments, their aura of mystery continues to invite other readings, merging ancient origins with later imaginations. The starkness of the djinn blocks contrasts sharply with the exuberance of Petra's carved facades, yet in another sense they share continuity. Both represent an intense engagement with stone as medium, an impulse to shape living rock into forms of human and divine meaning. At Petra, entire mountainsides became theatres of architecture, but before this, the djinn blocks suggest an earlier stage where stone was isolated, simplified, and raised as monument. They may therefore represent a foundational stage in the cultural evolution that culminated in Petra's grandeur. Scholars debate whether the blocks were truly meant as freestanding monuments or whether they represent unfinished structures, quarries left incomplete. Yet the careful shaping of their surfaces, the deliberate isolation from bedrock, and the lack of quarry marks suggest intention. They are not accidental remnants, but purposeful creations. Their sheer effort speaks against them being merely functional. To carve a massive block out of stone, only to leave it standing, would have required as much labor as hollowing a chamber or decorating a facade. The effort alone signals significance. Walking around a djinn block today, the play of light across its surfaces accentuates its geometry. The sandstone glows with Petra's characteristic hues, shifting from red to gold to purple depending on the sun's angle. The block looms in silence, massive yet stark. The mind searches for meaning in its form, reading it as altar, tomb, idol, or monument. Its very blankness seems to demand interpretation, a canvas onto which belief can project significance. The djinn blocks also serve as reminders that Petra's landscape is layered with history deeper than the Nabatean city. Before the famous treasury was carved, before Rome annexed Nabatea, before caravans poured through the Sikh, there were already communities marking the sandstone with monuments. The djinn blocks may belong to these earlier layers, traces of cultural expressions now largely lost. Their endurance highlights the continuity of sacred landscapes, where later peoples built upon earlier sites, layering meaning across centuries. Astronomical interpretations have also been suggested. Some scholars have speculated that the blocks may align with celestial events or directions, marking solstices or cardinal points. The precision of such claims remains debated, but the possibility reflects broader patterns across ancient cultures, where monoliths often served as sky markers. The djinn blocks' positions at pathways and thresholds could thus have carried both terrestrial and celestial significance, guiding movement both on Earth and in ritual calendars. Excavations around the blocks have yielded little direct evidence of their use. No inscriptions, offerings, or altars have been found in close association. Yet absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Rituals may have left few traces, or later activity may have erased them. The stark isolation of the blocks may itself have been the point, sacredness embodied in stone alone, without the need for additional adornment. The Nabatean relationship with abstraction strengthens this view. Unlike Greco-Roman traditions of anthropomorphic gods, the Nabateans often represented deities as uncarved stones or geometric shapes. Temples at Petra once held beetles rather than statues, emphasizing the divine beyond form. The djinn blocks, then, may represent the most monumental expression of this principle, divine presence shaped only into cube, leaving imagination to fill the rest. Visitors in antiquity may have felt the same sense of awe as modern travelers. Approaching Petra, they would see the great blocks looming, isolated against the cliffs, silent yet commanding. Ritual acts, perhaps libations poured, offerings placed, prayers spoken, may have been directed toward them before entering the city. The blocks could thus have functioned as guardians, gatekeepers of the sacred valley, demanding recognition before passage. The sheer endurance of the djinn blocks reinforces their power. While many structures at Petra have crumbled, facades weathered, and temples collapsed, the blocks remain, simple forms resisting time. Their survival ensures that they still provoke wonder, still demand interpretation. For locals and visitors alike, they are reminders that even in absence of clarity, presence itself can be meaningful. Modern scholarship continues to circle around their significance. Some see them as tomb markers, though no burials have been found. Others interpret them as altars, though no carvings of sacrifice or ritual survive. Still others see them as territorial symbols, asserting ownership of sacred space. Each theory carries merit, yet none resolves the mystery fully. The djinn blocks remain what they are, immense, undecorated, enigmatic. Their aura has inspired not only scholarship, but also art, literature, and imagination. Travelers of the 19th century sketched them, puzzled by their form. Writers wove them into tales of mystery, linking them to biblical stories or Arabian Nights. Their later association with jinn reflects the human impulse to explain the inexplicable with myth. Where archaeology leaves gaps, folklore fills them, ensuring the blocks continue to live in cultural imagination. Standing at a djinn block today, one senses the weight of time layered into stone. The sandstone, carved in antiquity, has faced centuries of sun, wind, and rain, yet its edges remain sharp, its form unmistakable. It stands not as ruin, but as monument, intact in its starkness. The absence of detail becomes its strength, resisting decay through simplicity. The mystery of their function persists not because of lack of study, but because of their nature. They were meant to be enigmatic, embodying the divine in abstraction, marking thresholds without words. Their very blankness deflects definitive answers. They are monuments not to clarity, but to ambiguity, symbols that function precisely by refusing to be reduced. As night falls in Petra, the blocks cast long shadows against the cliffs. The desert cools, the stars emerge, and the monoliths stand as they have for millennia, silent companions to sky and earth. Their presence reminds us that meaning is not always in explanation, but in encounter. To stand before a djinn block is to feel the weight of human intent reaching across centuries, unresolved, yet undeniable. The journey through Petra often focuses on the grandeur of the treasury, the royal tombs, and the monastery. Yet before all these, the djinn blocks wait, austere sentinels marking entry into the sacred valley. They remind us that monuments need not be elaborate to be powerful. Their simplicity carries strength, their mystery endures, and their presence continues to inspire reflection long after their makers' names have been forgotten. When archaeologists first lifted a bowl from the soil of an ancient dwelling in New Mexico, they were struck not only by its survival, but by the scene painted inside. Black designs unfurled across a white surface, fish gliding with exaggerated fins, a rabbit leaping in stylized arcs, or spirals bending inward as though representing unseen forces. Unlike plain utilitarian pottery, these bowls carried worlds within them, each one a canvas of abstract and cosmic expression. They belonged to the Mogollon culture, specifically a tradition known as mimbres, which flourished between the 11th and 13th centuries. Hundreds of these painted vessels have been recovered, yet their full symbolic system remains one of archaeology's most enduring puzzles. The bowls are typically hemispherical, their interiors carefully coated with white slip upon which designs were painted in black mineral pigment. The forms vary, some geometric, others naturalistic, still others abstract beyond easy categorization. A single bowl might carry a bird with wings stretched wide, another a series of interlocking spirals, another a combination of dots and lines that seem almost mathematical. The precision of line, the balance of composition, and the inventiveness of motif reveal an artistry both disciplined and imaginative. These were not casual decorations, but deliberate designs, part of a visual language whose grammar we only partly glimpse. What makes the Mimbres bowls especially intriguing is their use in burial practices. Many have been found placed over the heads of the dead, each with a small hole carefully punched through the base. This kill hole, as archaeologists call it, may have served to ritually release the spirit of the vessel, allowing it to accompany the deceased into the afterlife. The act of deliberately piercing a bowl suggests that these were not everyday dishes repurposed for burials, but objects crafted with dual life, first in use, then in ritual. To drink, eat, or gaze into such a bowl in life, and then to be buried beneath it in death, created a continuity between worlds. The imagery on the bowls complicates interpretation. Animals such as fish, birds, turtles, and rabbits appear often, but they are rarely drawn naturalistically. Instead, they are exaggerated, abstracted, intertwined with geometric motifs. Spirals may flow from a turtle's shell, or birds may be arranged symmetrically as if forming a pattern rather than a scene. This blending of natural and abstract suggests symbolic intent, perhaps encoding myths, cosmology, or ritual knowledge. For example, fish may represent fertility linked to water, spirals may reflect cycles of time, and rabbits may symbolize abundance or lunar associations. Yet the exact meanings remain debated, for the Mogollon left no written record to explain them. The bowl's geometric designs are equally captivating. Zigzags, checkerboards, concentric circles, and lattices fill many interiors. Some scholars see astronomical significance, reading spirals as suns, zigzags as lightning, and dots as stars. Others argue they represent purely aesthetic exploration of symmetry and balance. What is clear is that the designs required planning and skill, with artists using string or tools to maintain straight lines and circles. The bowls thus embody both artistry and intellectual engagement, a kind of visual philosophy. Archaeological excavations in the Mimbres Valley have revealed entire households furnished with these bowls. They were not restricted to elites, but appear across social strata, suggesting widespread participation in their symbolic system. This democratization of art distinguishes Mimbres culture from societies where elaborate decoration was reserved for rulers. Here, ordinary families may have eaten daily meals from vessels painted with cosmic symbols, embedding ritual into routine. The boundary between art and life, sacred and everyday, blurred. The act of painting bowls may itself have been ritual. Archaeologists have found evidence of standardized sequences, first shaping the clay, then applying white slip, then painting with black, and finally firing. The process required patience, skill, and likely communal knowledge. Artists may have been specialists, or the craft may have been widely distributed, but in either case the creation of bowls linked craft, symbol, and ceremony. Each finished bowl represented more than utility. It was an object carrying meaning, destined to accompany life and death alike. The kill holes remain one of the most evocative aspects. Their placement varies, sometimes punched from inside, sometimes drilled from outside, always rendering the bowl unusable for holding liquid. This intentional destruction paradoxically elevated the vessel, shifting it from functional object to sacred offering. The hole may have allowed the spirit of the bowl to escape, or it may have symbolized passage between worlds, echoing cosmological beliefs about portals linking earth and sky. The burial of individuals with bowls over their heads, holes aligned to faces, suggests intimate symbolism, perhaps allowing breath or spirit to move between realms. Modern researchers face challenges in interpreting these meanings. Without direct ethnographic continuity, speculation relies on parallels with neighboring traditions, such as Hopi or Zuni cosmologies. Some parallels are compelling. Spirals as symbols of migration and cycles, animals linked to clan totems, and kill holes as portals resonate with later Pueblo beliefs. Yet caution is necessary, for continuity across centuries cannot be assumed. The Mimbre's symbolic system remains distinct, its details unrecoverable in full, but its resonance is undeniable. Beyond meaning, the bowls speak to aesthetics. Many designs reveal playful invention, such as fish arranged to form pinwheels, or birds depicted as if flying in circles around the interior rim. Others show humor, a rabbit exaggerated in form, or a human figure drawn with almost caricature-like qualities. This suggests that the bowls were not only solemn objects, but also expressions of creativity, joy, and perhaps storytelling. To hold one in hand is to glimpse not only ritual but also personality, the spark of artists who balanced symbolism with imagination. Some bowls stand out for their cosmic imagery. Spirals nested within spirals, circles intersecting, grids of dots. These compositions suggest fascination with order and infinity. Scholars have proposed astronomical readings, spirals as suns in motion, dots as constellations, grids as lunar calendars. While speculative, such interpretations highlight the possibility that the bowls encoded observations of the sky. Living in valleys with broad horizons, the Mogollon would have watched stars, sun and moon with keen awareness, linking celestial cycles to agriculture and ritual. The bowls may thus represent portable cosmologies, cosmic diagrams to be held, used and buried. The distribution of Mimbre's bowls extends beyond the valley itself, suggesting trade or cultural influence. Bowls have been found in regions outside the core Mogollon area, sometimes in contexts indicating exchange with neighboring groups. Their appeal was evidently broad, perhaps because of their striking imagery. This spread underscores their role not just as household items, but as cultural ambassadors, carrying symbols across landscapes. The decline of the Mimbre's culture in the 13th century remains debated. Climatic stress, resource depletion, or social reorganization may have contributed. Whatever the cause, the tradition of painted bowls waned, leaving behind a finite corpus of objects. This bounded legacy enhances their mystery, a flourishing of artistic and symbolic expression that burned brightly for a few centuries and then ceased, leaving archaeologists to wonder why. Today, Mimbre's bowls are housed in museums, private collections, and archaeological repositories. Their striking black-on-white imagery continues to fascinate scholars, artists, and the public. Yet their removal from original contexts complicates interpretation, as looting in the 20th century stripped many bowls of archaeological provenance. Without context, meaning is harder to reconstruct, and the symbolic system remains fractured. This loss is itself part of the story. Ancient meaning disrupted by modern desire, artifacts transformed into commodities. Efforts are underway to preserve and study remaining contexts. Digital imaging allows detailed documentation of designs, creating databases for comparative analysis. Scholars map motifs, seeking patterns that might reveal structure, recurring animals, consistent geometric sequences, or symbolic clusters. While definitive translations elude, these efforts reveal richness and variety, underscoring that the bowls formed part of a coherent visual tradition rather than random decoration. The emotional impact of Mimbre's bowls remains strong. Visitors to museums often pause longest before their cases, drawn by the immediacy of the designs. Unlike abstract shards or eroded ruins, the bowls confront directly, a fish, a rabbit, a spiral, painted with clarity across centuries. They speak not only of utility or ritual, but of expression. One feels the presence of individual artists, their choices of line, symmetry, humor, and symbol. That sense of presence may explain why the bowls resonate so deeply, even without translation. For descendant communities, the bowls carry layered significance. Pueblo peoples of the Southwest, whose histories connect indirectly with the Mogollon, see in the bowls echoes of traditions that continue in different forms. Respect for the objects as ancestral heritage is paramount, and collaboration with tribes informs contemporary study. This engagement ensures that interpretation is not only academic but also cultural, acknowledging that meaning belongs not just to scholars but to living communities connected to the past. The enduring mystery of the bowls lies in their duality. They are practical vessels and cosmic diagrams, everyday objects and ritual offerings, personal expressions and communal symbols. Each bowl embodies contradiction, refusing reduction to a single explanation. This very ambiguity is what keeps them alive as objects of fascination. They resist closure, leaving space for wonder, speculation, and imagination. The Mimbra's bowls remind us that art and life are inseparable. The people who created them did not confine symbolic expression to temples or elites, but wove it into meals, burials, and daily practice. Their world was one where geometry, animals, and cosmos intersected in every bowl lifted to the lips. That integration of the sacred and the mundane, of cosmos and clay, is perhaps their deepest legacy. As one contemplates the bowls, it becomes clear that their meaning lies not only in what they once signified, but in their continued power to provoke thought. They embody both the clarity of line and the mystery of symbol, both the presence of artistry and the absence of translation. They are, in essence, vessels still carrying questions, their surfaces alive with unresolved significance. And so, across centuries, the bowls remain. Resting in cases or in the earth, their designs endure. Black on white, spirals within circles, animals leaping across interiors. They connect us to the Mogollon not through precise translation, but through the shared human act of making meaning in form. Each bowl is a fragment of a system lost, yet still resonant. A reminder that not all mysteries yield answers, and not all art requires explanation. Some speak by remaining enigmatic, their power drawn from the very space between clarity and obscurity. On certain windswept hills across Scotland, visitors stumble upon walls that no longer resemble simple piles of stone. Instead, the rocks seem half-melted, fused together in glossy clumps of black and green glass. This strange appearance is not the result of modern industry or volcanic eruption, but of ancient fire intense enough to liquefy stone. These are the vitrified hill forts, fortifications from the Iron Age whose walls were exposed to extraordinary heat thousands of years ago. Archaeologists have catalogued dozens of such sites, yet to this day, there is no consensus on whether the melting was intentional, part of some construction method, or accidental, the byproduct of destruction and burning. The forts themselves were originally built of stone ramparts, sometimes with timber frames, encircling the tops of hills. Their positions suggest defensive function, commanding views of valleys and approaches. Over time, many fell into ruin, their walls collapsing into rubble. But at sites like Tapo North, Craig Fadrig, and Dun Deerdale, sections of walls reveal stones that have been melted and fused together. To accomplish this requires temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, far beyond what an ordinary brush fire or domestic hearth could produce. The question of how and why such heat was achieved remains unresolved. One of the earliest descriptions came in the 18th century, when antiquarians first noticed the strange fused walls. They marveled at the glassy surfaces, unsure whether nature or human effort was responsible. By the 19th century, scholars began to consider deliberate construction. Perhaps, they argued, the builders had discovered that by setting huge timber fires within the ramparts, they could melt outer layers of stone, fusing them into a more solid defensive wall. This theory held intuitive appeal, vitrification as ancient concrete, binding loose stones into formidable fortifications. Yet experiments in modern times have cast doubt. Archaeologists attempting to recreate vitrification found the process unpredictable. Fires sufficient to melt stone often caused collapse rather than cohesion. Instead of strengthening walls, the heat tended to destabilize them. Moreover, the labor required to sustain such fires along entire ramparts would have been immense. To gather enough timber, ignite controlled blazes, and maintain heat evenly across hundreds of meters of wall seems unlikely for Iron Age communities. The possibility that vitrification was an intentional engineering technique remains debated, but far from certain. An alternative theory sees vitrification not as construction, but destruction. Invading groups, it is argued, may have set fire to timber-laced walls, creating infernos that inadvertently vitrified the stone. In this scenario, vitrification is the scar of conquest, evidence of violent attack. The partial nature of vitrification at many forts, some sections fused, others untouched, supports this idea. It may be that fire spread unevenly, consuming timber in some areas more completely than others. Yet questions remain. Could attackers really generate sustained heat sufficient to melt stone while assaulting a fort? Would defenders not resist? The destruction theory explains much, but not all. Still, another perspective suggests ritual rather than utility or conflict. Perhaps vitrification marked the deliberate destruction of forts after their use. Communities may have abandoned strongholds by burning them ceremonially, transforming walls into monuments of closure. Fire as purification, as transition, resonates with many cultures. Vitrified walls, in this view, are not accidents, but purposeful acts of memory, sealing sites with dramatic transformation. The very impossibility of reversing vitrification may have appealed to symbolic sensibilities, leaving behind structures marked forever as significant. The distribution of vitrified forts adds to the mystery. More than 50 are documented across Scotland, with additional examples in Ireland, Brittany, and even as far as Germany. The phenomenon is therefore not isolated but widespread, though still rare compared to ordinary hill forts. The clustering suggests shared traditions or exchanges of knowledge, yet the rarity implies that vitrification was not a universal practice. Why some communities vitrified and others did not is another unanswered question. Walking among the ruins today, one can see stones half-fused, their surfaces glassy, edges melted into neighbors. The tactile impression is striking. Once solid rocks transformed by heat into unnatural forms. The walls appear wounded, frozen in a moment of violent change. Visitors often remark that the walls look as if they were struck by lightning or exposed to volcanic fire. Yet no volcanoes exist nearby, and lightning lacks the sustained intensity required. Human fire, deliberate or accidental, remains the only plausible source. The forts themselves date broadly to the late Bronze Age and Iron Age, between 1,000 and 300 years before the Common Era. Communities of farmers, herders, and warriors constructed them as places of refuge and symbols of status. They would have required immense labor, hauling stone, felling timber, and organizing construction. That such investment could be subjected to fire intense enough to vitrify stone adds poignancy. Whether by attack, experiment, or ritual, generations' work was transformed into molten ruin. The lack of clear answers has spurred centuries of debate. Some archaeologists argue that intentional vitrification must have been attempted, even if not wholly successful, because otherwise the phenomenon would not occur so repeatedly. Others counter that accidents of burning are sufficient, given timber-framed walls and enemy fire. The truth may lie in a combination, with some forts vitrified deliberately, others accidentally. Variation across sites suggests no single explanation fits all. Each fort may have its own story of fire and stone. Scientific analysis of vitrified rock has revealed details of the process. Thin sections under microscopes show minerals melted and recrystallized. Quartz grains fuse, feldspar softens, and glassy matrices form between stones. These textures confirm high temperatures, often exceeding 1,200 degrees Celsius. Experiments indicate that such heat could be achieved only by sustained fires with ample fuel. This underscores the magnitude of the process, whether intentional or accidental. These were not minor blazes, but catastrophic conflagrations. Beyond technical questions lies human meaning. If vitrification was intentional, what knowledge did its makers possess of heat and stone? Did they perceive it as technology, a means of creating stronger walls, or as ritual, a way of imbuing stone with transformative power? If accidental, how did survivors interpret melted walls? Did they see them as scars of defeat or as signs of supernatural forces? The walls embody not just fire, but interpretation, layers of human thought entangled with stone. The fort's dramatic nature has drawn imagination beyond academia. Some fringe theories invoke lost technologies, suggesting ancient peoples wielded knowledge of fire or energy beyond modern understanding. Others propose natural disasters or cosmic events. Yet careful analysis grounds vitrification in human fire. Extraordinary but comprehensible. The mystery is not what melted the stone, but why people chose or endured the act. Standing atop Tapo North, one of the largest vitrified sites, the view extends across rolling hills of Aberdeenshire. The ramparts, once towering, now lie in tumbled ruin, with sections vitrified into fused masses. The wind whistles across heather, and the mind drifts to the people who once gathered here, lighting fires that blazed into night. Whether in battle, ceremony, or construction, the sight of walls glowing red, stones melting must have been unforgettable. For them, as for us, the spectacle of fire reshaping earth would carry deep meaning. The question of deliberate technology remains tantalizing. Could Iron Age builders really have sought to fuse walls into solidity? If so, they may represent among the earliest experiments in pyrotechnic engineering. The effort anticipates later mastery of kilns, furnaces, and metallurgy. Perhaps vitrification was a byproduct of such knowledge, an attempt to apply fire's transformative power to architecture. If it failed in practice, it nevertheless reflects human ingenuity, the desire to bend nature's hardest materials to will. Alternatively, if vitrification was ritual closure, it speaks to profound symbolic imagination. To burn a fort so intensely that stone itself liquefied would be an act of ultimate finality. Communities abandoning a site may have chosen fire not only to prevent reuse by rivals, but to sanctify the place. Melted walls would stand as lasting monuments, testimony that here once stood a community, now sealed by fire into eternity. This interpretation aligns with patterns of ritual destruction elsewhere, where monuments are intentionally broken, burned, or buried to complete their cycle of use. The forts thus hold multiple possibilities: failed engineering, violent destruction, or ritual transformation. Each reflects different facets of human experience: ingenuity, conflict, and symbolism. The very persistence of debate testifies to the fort's richness, their capacity to sustain many readings. They resist reduction, compelling us to imagine scenarios across the spectrum of human action. Modern visitors often feel awe at the vitrified stones, touching surfaces once molten, now hardened into strange forms. The glassy textures remind us of volcanoes, yet these are human-made, landscapes of fire conjured by communities millennia past. To stand among them is to stand at the edge of comprehension, where human effort and natural force merge. They are monuments to ambiguity, where certainty eludes and wonder persists. Archaeologists continue to investigate, sampling stones, modeling fires, and debating theories. Yet perhaps the fort's power lies precisely in uncertainty. Their meaning is not only in what they were, but in what they become for us. Symbols of mystery, resilience, and the human capacity to transform the earth in ways that defy simple explanation. The vitrified walls endure not as clear messages, but as enigmas, glassy fragments of fire preserved on Scottish hillsides. As twilight settles over a vitrified fort, stones glimmer faintly in fading light. The hills grow quiet, the glassy surfaces cool, and questions linger. Was this wall strengthened or destroyed, built or burned, consecrated or conquered? The answers slip away into the dark, leaving only the enduring presence of melted stone, timeless and unresolved. What do you think about these discoveries? Do you believe they hold hidden meanings we've yet to uncover, or are they simply remnants of ordinary lives that time has transformed into mystery? Share your thoughts. I'd love to hear your perspective, and if you've enjoyed this journey, make sure to subscribe so you won't miss the next exploration into the unknown. Until next time.